The lady walked slowly through the hall, and everyone present looked at her intently, as they did not understand what such a dirty girl was doing at the banquet. A moment later, the young lady accidentally tripped and hit someone. She looked at the young man intently and asked for forgiveness. Everyone present said that she had an unusual hair color. The ladies whispered to each other as they waited for someone to escort her out of the room. They were worried that she might be hit. The man looked at the young lady intently. The man asked why she had come. A moment later, the young lady handed him the agreement, and the man took it without question. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she knew that a bride would be chosen for the younger duke at today's event. She looked at him intently and said that she knew about it. The man looked at her closely. He said that it looked like she was the king's youngest daughter, Princess Seafiel. Alliance of the Four Kingdoms, the so-called Union of States, in which four monarchs united into a faction. Each of them had long and fairly ruled their country. Among the four states of the alliance, one state stood out in particular. The Duchy of Remdragon, ruled by the descendants of real dragons, held a ball in the new year to choose a bride for the 5-year-old duke. She knew that girls from the families of the other 3 monarchs of the alliance, aged between 5 and 10, could participate. The young princess fit the conditions. She had a good reason for coming. The young lady was shocked as she noticed that her body had shrunk. She wondered if she had returned to her childhood. The place where she was locked up until she came of age was an underground dungeon, and she was told that her birth in their family was a big mistake. She died after hearing these words. She knew that if she really went back to the past, she had to get out first and take revenge. After a series of desperate attempts, she finally got to the place. She knew that she had to show herself well in order to change the future. The man looked at everyone and said that those ladies who want to be engaged to the duke must take turns saying what they are willing to do for him. She looked closely at the man and said that when she and the duke grow up, she is ready to divorce him at any moment. Everyone present froze in place in shock. They did not expect to hear such a thing from the young lady. Moments later, the duke said she was fit. Everyone was shocked. They wondered if she had been seriously chosen. The man said with a smile that in this way, the ancient covenant, the marriage promise, would be fulfilled. The young lady was very happy because she knew that her plan had been successful. She understood perfectly well that this blessed place was now hers. The Reds, the royal family of Allegro, are descendants of great magicians. The Blues, the family of Duke Pullet, descendants of border judges. The Goldens, the family of Duke Sarihan, rulers of the imperial city of the state of Wallen. The Blacks, the family of Duke Remdragon, a family with dragon blood running through their veins. The princess was the 4th daughter of the cursed royal family Allegro, and had white hair and red eyes at birth. Whenever the cursed child laughs in the kingdom, tears and blood will be shed, and after death, she will become a ghost that will curse the entire kingdom. She is an illegitimate child from a family. Even her own family pointed fingers at her from childhood. But despite this, no one dared to kill her. They were afraid that they would doom themselves by killing the cursed child. They locked her in a damp dungeon, and from time to time, her father reluctantly came to her. One day he told her, "Be a good child." She began to make every effort to become good. She tried only for the sake of having her father praise her and stroke her head warmly. She knew that being a genius in such a situation was quite advantageous. He looked at the girl in surprise and asked if she really wrote this. He said with a smile that he thought of her only as the source of all the kingdom's troubles, but she turned out to be an unusual child. He smiled and said that if she did the errands well, he would let her go out when she came of age. He looked at her with a smile and said that she should continue to be a good girl. The young lady was very happy and agreed with him. From that day on, she became a shadow of the royal family, and father treated her carelessly. The man made his daughter compile the secret ledger of the royal family, and she did it flawlessly and perfectly every time. The dungeon she lived in was a place of confinement, similar to it for several generations. The people were no longer alive, but the books and materials were preserved. She had nothing to do in the damp dungeon, so she read and reread the works. Each time she studied the materials in order to receive praise from her father. Sometimes she vaguely remembered dreams of someone talking to her, and the amazing thing was that after such dreams, everything that was incomprehensible to her became understandable. At that time, she was just a little but happy. Father was surprised when he saw her potential. He was shocked because he wanted his sons to have the same potential as her. The first son was stupid, the second was sick, and the third had the ability for magic, but not enough strength. He started doing research to give her abilities and give them to the brothers. He thanked her for working hard. He said with a smile that they could visit a wonderful place today. The young lady trusted her father. Later, he finally carried out his plan. The young lady was in shock. She screamed and asked to be let go. She froze in shock when she saw her father, who was slowly walking towards her with a smile on his face. He sighed heavily and said that she was very noisy. He looked closely at the knights and said that, unfortunately, they had a hard time. She knew that a descendant of her family was married to a demon, which meant that demonic blood ran in her family, and the descendants who looked like demons were hidden their entire lives. And after 21 years they were killing. She was in shock, because she realized that those rumors were true. She was in shock, because she understood that the people who left all those books in the dungeon were killed, just as she should be killed. She was in shock. She didn't understand why this was happening to her. She collapsed to the ground and with tears in her eyes said that she had done everything perfectly. Since he ordered her, she said that she did everything much better than her brothers. She was shocked and did not understand why her father hated her so much. She screamed that even if she looked like a demon, she was still his child. He pushed her away in anger and said that he never had a daughter. He fed and clothed her because she was useful. He looked at her with disdain and said that she was mistaken, and her birth in their family was a big mistake. The young lady froze in shock, looking at her father. After his words, she was taken away and literally became a guinea pig. She screamed and begged for salvation. She said that she would do whatever he wanted. The young lady was in shock as she realized that her strength was leaving her. She wanted to run away, despite the fact that her life was a chagrin. She prayed and asked for help. She wanted to live no matter where she lived. She was able to open her eyes again and realized that she was in her little body. She was in shock because she asked to help her get out and not to return her to the past. She was locked up again and could not change anything. A moment later, she heard the voice of her brothers approaching her. She decided to hide. The young man asked with a grin if she really thought they wouldn't see her if she hid. A moment later, the young man fell onto the cold floor, the young lady barely holding back her laughter. The boy shouted angrily that she should be flogged. He asked if she really wanted to die. She looked at him with a smile and said that he could die himself. She was not at all hurt by his words, since she had literally died a couple of minutes ago. He was shocked and did not understand why she was acting so brazenly. He was surprised because he did not expect that she could speak. He asked angrily how she dared to speak to him like that. A moment later, the young man froze in place in shock as he saw blood. The boy ran up to his brother and shouted at him to shut up, as it would only make things worse for them if they were heard. She insulted them, but they were shocked because they did not understand what she was talking about. She sighed heavily because she knew that they were still children and did not know such words. She came closer to her with fury and asked if they really wanted to taste the tip of her hand. The boy screamed. As he left, he said that he would turn a blind eye to what happened today, but he would deal with her next time. She said goodbye to them with a smile. She was surprised. She didn't understand why she was afraid of her family in the past. She knew that from now on she would make her own way. Seafiel knew that she would do everything possible, even if she had to pay dearly for it. She knew that for people who wanted her to be unhappy, the best revenge was to live happily ever after. She understood perfectly well that first she needed to get back on her feet, and only then move on to the main plan. Locked up until now, and if she doesn't think of an escape, she'll be caught quickly. She knew she had to find someone stronger than her father. She froze for a moment as she remembered the rumors she had recently heard about the ball that was about to take place. She realized that this was a score that was in a past life. She remembered that they were looking for a bride for the youngest duke in a country ruled by the descendants of dragons. She had heard that the duke was a terrible man with a hot temper, and besides, he did not get along with her father. She remembered that the bride last time was a girl from the Allegro family. Then the young lady shouted that it was enough for the duke to marry a girl of royal blood, no matter who she was. Rem Dragon's sacred family. The members of this house are half divine, reluctant to deal with ordinary people. However, many years ago, they formed an alliance to defeat a common enemy, the demon. One of the conditions of the alliance was an engagement. The direct descendants of Remdragon were obliged to marry the daughters of the three kings. The punishment for breaking the vow was exile to the mortal world. The Remdragons kept their promise, and the engagement took place, and then they left for the spirit world. She knew that, in other words, one could say that there would be no long and happy life in marriage. The lady was in shock, as she was alone in a huge palace and no one cared about her. She had spent many years alone. She was shocked because she was receiving fancy food and the best clothes, but they all neglected her. She screamed that she hadn't even seen her husband's face. She screamed furiously that she would definitely sue them. The young lady looked at the girl in surprise. Now she understood that these conditions were simply ideal. They fed her, clothed her, and even provided her with her own place to live. She didn't understand how anyone could complain about something like that. She knew that if she had her way, she would have lived many similar lives. She knew that the young lady had said that such a marriage was worse than hell. Seafiel, in turn, wanted to take the place of the daughter-in-law. A moment later, she jumped as she heard a noise. The knight looked at the girl with anger and said that, because of her, the first prince suffered. He did not understand how she could do this to him. She sighed heavily as she realized that, in order for her to get out, she would have to get rid of the knight. She now saw before her the prison warden who had mocked her when he was bored. The young lady was shocked because she saw that he was very noisy. She knew he was obsessed with games and investments, but he was hopeless in both. At some point, he got into a cult and became even more unhappy. He looked at her intently and asked why she was smiling. She smiled and asked if he was having problems at home. The young man was taken aback. He didn't expect to hear something like that. She smiled and said that she knew his mother was sick. She had a blue birthmark on her shoulder. He was shocked. He didn't understand how she knew about such a thing. The young lady told him to change his doctor because he was a fraud. She also said that all his stocks were just junk, and he should buy the ones she told him to. Seafiel told him that if he went to Kenmi, trouble would follow. The young lady told the warden that she knew everything. She saw that he believed her and took her bait. He asked the young lady with a smile what he should do next. He began to take care of her and asked if she was cold. He said that, as she had ordered, he did not tell anyone anything. She was shocked and immediately noticed that he turned out to be even more naive than he was in her memories. She knew he had already taken her bait, and she could move on to the next step. She looked at him intently and said she was very sorry. He asked in surprise what she was talking about. She said that she felt very sorry for him because he didn't have much time left. She said that he would die soon and there was no way to survive. He was in shock and shouted that he had lived too little and had achieved nothing. He wanted to know if there was the slightest chance of survival. She looked at him intently and said that there was only one way that would save him. She said that he had to get the dragon flower. She said that he would certainly be saved if she personally picked it from the ground and fed it to him. He was in shock, shouting that it was simply impossible, and if anyone found out that she had gotten out of the palace, they would kill him. She sighed heavily and said that if he died, it would, of course, be very sad, and she could not do anything about it. He asked excitedly if this was the only way for him to survive. She smiled and said that it was. He screamed that he smelled her and had to survive at any cost. He swore allegiance to her until the very end. She said that he should bring her some good clothes, since she might immediately attract people's attention outside. She was very happy because they got her normal clothes, prepared good transport. She knew that very soon she would be close to her goal. The young lady, in turn, ran in a hurry. She was afraid that someone might notice her. She wondered for a moment, as she wondered if dragons liked those who wore dirty clothes. She was puzzled, because she knew that when her knight realized that she had deceived him, disaster almost happened. She knew that she would never return back. A moment later, the young man said that the ball had already begun. Everyone present was puzzled and wondered if the young man had no intention of going out. The man looked at those present with a smile and said that the ladies should take turns saying what they were ready to do for the Duke in order to get engaged. Matara, the Duke's bride from her past. She was late to the ball, but nevertheless passed the selection. Then she said that if she had to die, she would die. If someone told her to live, she would live. She said that she would be devoted only to him. She knew perfectly well that she had to say these words before the young lady. The girl smiled and said that her family has gold mines. Another girl said that she was a close relative of the Duke. The third girl said that their family had several generations of outstanding swordsmen. The young lady knew it was her turn to go. She saw that no one had passed the selection. A moment later, the lady said she was ready to get a divorce at any moment. There was a dead silence in the banquet hall. The young man said she was good enough. Z froze in surprise. She was glad that she had managed to pass the selection. She knew that now she would live on everything provided for her, and would eat very well. The man looked at everyone present with a smile, and said that the lady who would become the Duke's wife was a princess. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. The woman didn't understand why the Duke chose her. She screamed for him to look at her because she was a scruffy girl. She asked the young lady to calm down. He said that common people have no right to demand anything from family members of higher races. Madame screamed that the Allegro family had no daughter. The young lady looked at Madame in surprise and said in a trembling voice that she really was a princess. The lady was furious and did not understand how the girl could lie. She asked if she could take responsibility for her words in front of all people. Safio looked closely at Madame. She realized that she was Mitara's mother. The young lady, in turn, took a few steps, but accidentally stumbled and fell. The young man looked at her intently and called her a dirty girl. She knew that the children of dragons and humans were called half-dragons. They were incredibly beautiful in appearance, remaining in human form until the end of childhood. But the older they became, the more often they could take the form of a real dragon. Until adulthood, half-dragons developed several times faster than humans, both mentally and physically. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she was really his bride. The young man said that he chose her so that there would be fewer problems in the future during a divorce. But apparently he should think about it some more. He looked at Madame and said that if she wished to see him, then so be it. He asked if she really wanted to know why he had chosen the girl. He said that he had chosen a bride for himself and did not have to explain anything to anyone. Looking at his panther, he told her to bring him the woman's tongue. The young lady looked at the madam in surprise. She wondered if the young man would really kill her. She understood that she couldn't let things slide. She shielded the woman with her body. The young man looked at the girl with disdain and said that she looked inappropriate. D gave birth out of fear. She was very scared, but she knew that she had to protect Madame. She was worried that, because of all the fuss, her plan would collapse. She froze after hearing his words, and a picture from the past appeared before her eyes. She was puzzled because she just wanted to be happy. She thought it was her punishment for taking someone else's place. She cried and trembled, saying it was true and she was disgusting. She looked at him intently and said that she came here to be happy. The young man said nothing in response. A moment later, the panther attacked them with fury. The young lady was in shock as she knew that this was the end for her. She slowly opened her eyes and saw a young man in front of her. She realized that she was still alive. With the speed of lightning, she sat up on the bed and asked the man what was wrong with her. He looked at her in surprise and asked who she was talking about. Safiel said she was talking about the woman who was bitten by the black cat. She wanted to know if Madame was dead. The man smiled and said that she was not dead, and people can live even without legs and arms. The young lady was shocked by what she heard. The young man stood for a while and thought about this situation. The young lady, in turn, looked at the man intently. She realized that the servants in the estate were also crazy. She asked the man if she had passed the selection. He smiled and said that she had passed it. She was glad, because she realized that she would now live in the estate. He looked at her intently and said that there was only one procedure left. All the young lady's plans were shattered into pieces. She asked what he was talking about. He said that they should check her magical power and pedigree, and taking into account her appearance, the Duke ordered her to be interrogated. He looked at her intently and said that if she lied, the snake would bite her. The young lady was shocked. He asked her if the adults forced her to come and put on this performance. She said that she came herself the way she wanted to. She sighed heavily and said that her family had bullied her, and they had said that she was cursed. He sighed heavily and said that he thought other questions were unnecessary. The young man said that in order for them to verify her lineage, they would have to take some blood. Moments later, the young lady noticed that the snake had crawled very close to her. She closed her eyes because she understood that the snake was about to bite her. A moment later, the young man said that the blood of the Allegro family really did flow in her. A moment later, he said that they were already finished. She was surprised, as she did not expect it to be over quickly. He said that she didn't need a dowry and didn't need to worry about the rest either, since it didn't matter what the earthly royal family did, since the Duke was the strongest of all. She looked closely at the snake and smiled, and thanked it for biting her without hurting her. She said with a smile that the snake was very kind and smart. The snake looked at her with bewilderment. The man told the maids to take the princess to her chambers. The maids smiled and said that they would do everything. The maid smiled and asked the mistress to follow her. Sophia was surprised and did not expect to be called mistress. She knew that this was the first time she had been treated with such honors. After this, the maids led the young lady into the room with lightning speed. The young lady, in turn, ate her fill. She was happy because she was able to eat delicious food. Some time later, she was washed clean. She knew that it was not allowed to dance in such places, as it was very dangerous, but she could not restrain herself. Later, she fell into a sweet sleep in a warm and soft bed. A moment later, she was taken aback and wondered how she could have afforded such a thing. She looked intently at the butler and called him. The young lady, in turn, timidly asked the butler when the wedding would take place. He asked in surprise if she really wanted to get married sooner. The young lady nodded in the affirmative. She knew that if he found another bride, the wedding would not take place. She knew perfectly well that she finally had a chance to cut off all ties with her terrible family. She couldn't allow herself to be kicked out now. Elton looked at her and asked why she wanted to get married quickly. Elton smiled and asked if the younger Duke didn't scare her. Sophia was surprised. She didn't understand why he asked such things. Sophia knew that, of course, he had scared her, and very much so. Sophia knew perfectly well that she did not have the money to repay everything that had been given to her. A moment later, she said that, despite all this, he was very handsome. Everyone froze in surprise, looking at the lady. A moment later, she smiled and said that she had heard that dragons were very beautiful, and that she liked beautiful people. He smiled and said that he understood her. He looked at her intently and said that he would certainly tell the Duke what she had just said, and he would be very happy. She was shocked. A moment later, she said that the Duke already knew that he was very handsome. The butler slowly left the young lady's room. He felt someone's presence. He smiled and said that the Duke had made a very good choice. A moment later, the Duke looked at her sharply and said that he was very noisy. The butler smiled and told the Duke that his bride was very interesting and unusual. The butler looked at the gentleman and said that the lady had excellent aesthetic taste, and she already wanted to get married. The Duke sighed heavily and said that he needed this child for a while. He knew that when he came of age, he and his family would leave this world. The butler looked closely at the gentleman and asked if he had any wishes on how to treat the lady. The Duke sighed heavily and told the butler to do everything as his father ordered. The Duke also told the butler to give the young lady more food. After the examination, the young lady was provided with a separate house in which she will continue to live. She saw that the building was large and very beautiful. However, inside there was dilapidated furniture, old curtains hung, and the floor creaked. The place, steeped in antiquity, had long since been written off for brides. The house was in a quiet forest, far from the main castle. Now she understood why the bride from the Duke's past life was unhappy. But the young lady in turn was very happy, because for her it was heaven on earth. The maids brought the young lady all sorts of entertainment so that she would not be bored. She knew she needed to start writing down her plan for revenge. She wanted to call this list the Death Note. She knew that over the course of her past life, many names worthy of a place on this list had accumulated. It was difficult for her to determine the order. Sophia thought about it all with a smirk. She knew that they had to wait a little while, and she would definitely take revenge on them all. A maid looked into her room and asked with a smile if she wanted to go for a walk to the court. She smiled and said that she was going now. The young lady was very happy because she could run around the garden every day without any worries. After a busy day, she was washed in a warm bath and could lie in a cozy bed as much as she wanted. The maid told the lady that a warm bath and new clothes lifted her spirits. She knew that in the dungeon she could only wash once every few weeks. She asked the maids if she smelled bad now, and the maid said with a smile that she smelled nice. She looked closely at the maids and thanked them with a smile for what they were doing for her. The maid smiled and told the young league that it was time for her to go to bed. The maid smiled and said that she would now carry the lady to bed, as she saw that she was already falling asleep. Seafiel was happy because she felt very good at the estate. She said quietly, with a smile on her face, that she would very much like to live like this for the rest of her life. The maids looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect the young lady to say something like that. Seafiel woke up and heard someone talking in the distance. Seafiel listened and wondered what they were talking about. She thought they were talking about her. Now she realized how others saw her situation. She felt a little strange. The butler smiled and said that, despite everything, a very nice lady had arrived to see them. The maid agreed with him. She sighed heavily, as she hoped that the mistress would like the servants. She was worried that the servants in their house were very different from the people. Elton smiled and said that despite her young age, she was very smart. The maid said that she was the one who had the young lady's life in her hands. She sighed heavily and said that it would be very problematic if someone died like last time. Her intently, but did not answer. The young lady, in turn, stood still near the door, as she had heard their conversation. The maid ran up to the young lady with lightning speed and asked with a smile if she had slept well. The young lady, in turn, knew that the servants here were very kind, unlike the people of her kingdom. She was so touched that she wanted to cry. The young lady knew that she was now evil, so she could quickly adapt to the new world. The young people stood on the path and talked about the current situation. They did not think that they would ever see a pure-blooded person in the Duke's castle. About the residents of Duke X, most of them were false. There was a true rumor that the dragon servants were not human. Gale, the last werewolf in the world, he looked at his friends and asked if they didn't need to greet the young lady. Leff sighed heavily and said that this was the order. The younger Duke was looking for a bride for show, and this was a forced measure because of an old promise. The young man introduced the young lady to the knights and servants. The young lady looked at them intently and greeted them with a smile. The boys were shocked because they knew she looked like a homeless person. They didn't understand why she was so cute. They looked at her and greeted her, and they also said that they were guarding the forest from outsiders who could harm the Duke's family. The young lady looked at them intently, as she remembered that Roto might be somewhere nearby. She knew that if he returned to the capital, he would be executed without her. She looked at them closely, because she saw that they were more reliable and stronger. She knew that she did not need to worry. The butler told the gentleman that his hunting gear was already prepared. He said that the lady was staying in the farmhouse. The butler said that the servants liked her very much. The young master sighed heavily and said that she was popular among them. Elton thought for a moment and said that their mistress was like a cute raccoon who carefully guards his food. He said with a smile that her thick black eyelashes contrasted with her snow-white hair. The butler said that when she grew up, she would become even more beautiful and like a silver fox. Erga did not know if she would be able to survive in their family at all. Milady woke up late at night. She was very thirsty. She called the maid, but no one answered. She looked around and asked if there was anyone in the room. Seviel reached for the nightlight, but it was no use. She didn't understand why the light didn't turn on. The maid said that sometimes the lamp goes out, and after a few hours it lights up again, and there is no need to worry. Sefiel was puzzled and did not understand why the lamp went out at that particular moment. She did not see the maids anywhere. She thought she needed to go back to her room, but suddenly she froze in shock on the spot. As she was very scared of lightning, she screamed. She thought she saw a person. She was very scared. She wanted to go to the castle, because there were definitely people there. She knew that she would be scolded, but she was afraid. She understood that if she ran into Igra, she would beg for forgiveness on her knees. A moment later, she froze, not understanding what had happened. She knew that the castle was very close, but now she was puzzled, because she could not reach it. She was in shock and didn't understand what to do now. A moment later, she was taken aback and turned around because she heard some noise. Seafiel froze in shock. She saw the wolf, but didn't know what to do. A moment later, the wolf lunged at the young lady, growling. She closed her eyes in fear. She understood that she had to run, otherwise he would eat her, but she couldn't move from the spot. The young gentleman pulled the bowstring and took aim. Seafiel fell to the ground with a thud. She was in shock. She was confused because she didn't understand what happened. She noticed something flying by, but she didn't understand what. A moment later, she saw the young master in front of her. She froze in shock. She didn't understand what was wrong with his gaze. She wondered if he didn't recognize her. The young lady lay frozen on the ground. She could not say anything. She was scared. As the young gentleman was approaching her, he looked at her closely and said that it looked like the prey had come to him to lose its life. And it was not a wild wolf, but a raccoon. He looked closely at the servants and said that he thought it was game and almost killed it. He did not understand how they did their job. The butler asked the gentleman not to be so frightening, as the lady might get scared. The young lady, in turn, was furious, as she knew that they were the same age. She looked at him intently, her gaze boring into his with a vicious look. The young gentleman looked at the butler and asked with a grin what he usually did with his catch. The butler smiled and said that the gentleman was skinning them and hanging them up. The young lady was shocked. A moment later, she realized that she couldn't make any sounds, because if she screamed, she would be killed. He looked closely at the maid and asked if it was not his duty to keep an eye on his mistress. He said that for such a negligent attitude to work, she should be executed. The young lady was in shock. She could not allow anyone to get hurt because of her. She looked at the young master intently and asked him to forgive the maid. She said that she had not told anyone anything and left. He asked her in surprise why she had left. She said that she just wanted to see. He asked who she wanted to see. The young lady looked at the young gentleman intently and said shyly that she wanted to see him in particular, as she was very bored. A moment later, she timidly asked him when they would be getting married. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she was really now reproaching him for not marrying her. The young lady, with tears in her eyes, timidly said that he had promised to marry her, since he himself had chosen her. A moment later, she shouted that, for this reason, he must take responsibility. The butler looked closely at the young lady, as he saw that she had now shown her true colors. Previously, he thought that she had no character. He looked at her closely and said that he thought she was a funny raccoon, but she turned out to be just crazy. He asked what she wanted. She wanted to be included in his family's register in order to escape the clutches of her killers. Marie said that if she was interested in this issue, she could have told them. She said that everyone was very worried when she disappeared. The young lady was surprised. She did not expect to hear such a thing at all. A moment later, she rushed towards her maid with tears in her eyes to embrace her. Barry looked intently at the lady and asked with a smile if this was really why she was so worried. The butler looked intently at the young master and said with a smile that their mistress sincerely obeyed him. The butler smiled and said that the young lady was still very young. Children love everything beautiful. And besides, the half-dragon has a beautiful appearance. The young gentleman sighed heavily and, looking at the young lady, asked if she really liked him that much. The young lady was furious, but she knew she had to endure it. She looked closely at the young gentleman and said with a smile that she liked him very much. He asked in surprise why she was crying then. He said that she should smile. She was furious because she knew it was because of him that she couldn't smile. He looked closely at the young lady and wondered how he could help her get on the right path. The maid smiled and said that their mistress loved to play in the water. Sefmel also really enjoyed playing with a ball in her spare time. She loved cookies, and she also liked having her head stroked. The butler looked at the gentleman intently and said that he should take pity on the lady. He looked at the young lady intently and said that he would turn a blind eye to it this time. But if she behaved like that with his father, she would definitely die. He looked at the maids and told them to take her away and calm her down. He didn't understand why he was the one doing this. The maid asked with a smile how exactly they should calm her down. He sighed heavily and said that she could do everything she listed. The young lady was furious because she knew that the younger duke was just a fool. She never thought that she would be tortured like this. The maids began to put the crazy mission into practice. She took a bath in the middle of the night. She was puzzled because she was playing ball at dawn. They brought her cocoa and chocolate cookies before bed. The young lady was in shock, as her whole routine was out of order. She knew that she had to take revenge on him for everything. The maid looked at the young lady closely and asked if she had spoken out today, because she was worried about them. She thanked the young lady. The young lady looked at the maid intently and asked why she was so afraid of the young master. The maid sighed heavily and said that there was nothing else they could do. For everyone, he was like a god. The maid said that the same applies to all his relatives who lived in the palace, since they are all representatives of the highest race. She looked intently at the maid and, sighing heavily, said that it was her character. But you can't tell. The maid smiled and said that, despite the fact that she and the Duke were the same age, he was taller and spoke better than her. She said that the half-dragon's body is completely different from her body. The abnormally fast growth puts a lot of pressure on both the body and mind. For this reason, the young master was often in pain, and he did not have the feelings and abilities that others had. The young lady, in turn, wondered what it was like to have undeveloped feelings. After listening to the maid, she felt sorry for the Duke, but a moment later, she pushed all her thoughts away, as she did not understand why she was worried about him at all. The young lady sighed heavily and said that it didn't matter now. She knew that this marriage was just a formality, because one day he would leave this world. She knew that others would also leave with him. The young lady looked at the maid intently and asked if the Duke would leave and if they would leave with him. The maid said that if they ever died, she would have to stand up for herself, and to do that, she would have to learn a lot. The maid sighed heavily and said that if, of course, such a thing happens. Barry looked at the young lady intently and said that it was time for her to go to bed. She smiled and said that they would be by her side and protect her, so she should get a good night's sleep now. The young lady, in turn, understood perfectly well that this situation was not hypothetical. She was upset as she knew that it would actually happen. Early in the morning, she woke up from a loud noise outside the window. She was shocked and didn't understand why it was so noisy from early morning. The young lady was furious because she wanted to sleep a little longer. The maid looked closely at the young lady and asked if she had slept well. She smiled and said that she had good news. She smiled and said that the younger gentleman felt sorry for her, and so he allowed her to live in the castle until his family arrived. The maid smiled and said, now they were getting ready to move. She asked the young lady if she was happy. Seafiel was in shock. She did not expect to hear something like this at all. She understood that the heavenly dream was slipping away from her right before her eyes. She looked closely at the maid and said with a smile that she felt much better and decided that she would not go anywhere. She understood perfectly well that if anyone from the family found out that she lived in the castle, they would immediately drive her away. The maid asked with a smile if she even had to worry about that. She said that the Duke's family had been absent for several years. She smiled and said that they would have time to return to her house in the forest. The lady was shocked. She did not understand why the maid did not understand hints today. She looked at the maid intently, as she hoped that she would understand her, and they would not go anywhere. The maid looked at the young lady with a smile. Seafiel was in shock and did not understand why she was being punished like this. The maid looked intently at the young lady and said that they would now enter her new room. Seafiel Z froze in shock, as it was the first time she had seen such a luxurious room. She asked in surprise if this was really her room. Barry looked at the young lady and said that in this big palace, they only have one girl, and that is their young mistress. The young lady jumped onto the warm bed with lightning speed. She knew that it would be quite nice for her to live in such a castle. She remembered her past life for a moment, because when she lay down on the linen blanket, she thought that it was the best moment in her life. She never even thought that she would ever be able to lie down on a silk blanket. The young lady was well aware that the servants in this house had free reign, but despite this, she wondered if they could give such a good room to her. A moment later, she realized that this room had been given to her by someone more important, namely the person who had power in the house, namely a member of the Duke's family. She thought for a moment, as it seemed to her that the young master was not such a bad person. A moment later, the young lady froze in place as she heard a young gentleman enter her new room. She noticed that he came with a maid. The young lady looked at the young master timidly and greeted him. He greeted her back. She froze in surprise as she saw that he greeted her back. She noticed that today he was suspiciously friendly with her. She wondered if he had decided to pretend as if nothing had happened yesterday. The young lady looked at him intently as she saw that he had a toy in his hands. The maid looked at the young master intently and told the young lady that it would turn out that he had prepared a gift for her. Barry looked closely at the young gentleman and said with a smile that it looked like he was holding a toy raccoon in his hands. He looked at the lady intently and said that she should look at the toy, as it was a copy of her. He looked at her closely and asked if she liked the toy. The young lady was shocked. She didn't want to admit it at all, but still the toy was very cute. She sighed heavily and timidly said that the toy was not bad. He said that she should look carefully. He looked at her intently and said that if she behaved well, she could grow up nice. He said that if she disobeyed his father, something like this could happen to her. He looked at her intently and asked if she understood him. The young lady, in turn, froze, looking at him with tears in her eyes. She was in shock, did not understand what he was doing at all. She thought that he was just crazy. A moment later, she had already picked up the soft toy and looked at the young master with tears in her eyes. The maid looked at her and asked her not to cry. She was shocked because she realized that her first toy in her life was ruined in 1 second. The young lady was furious, for she knew that she would certainly take revenge on the Duke. The Duke left the young lady's room and thought about her for a moment. He thought she was very nice. He thought it was because she was funny. A moment later, the maid entered the young lady's room and noticed that she was sitting at the table studying something. She looked at the young lady with a smile, as she knew it was time to eat. She looked closely at the young lady and noticed that she was studying hard. The maid looked closely at the young lady, as she was curious about what she was studying. A moment later, the maid froze in shock as she saw the young lady's drawing. Barry looked at the young lady closely and said with a smile that it was very sweet. She asked if the young lady had written her lover's name in her secret diary. The lady sighed heavily and said that of course she hadn't done that. The maid looked at her intently and said with a smile that she understood her, but a moment later her face changed as she became sad. Marie looked closely at her friend and told her to check on the younger Duke's condition. Maria said that she had to keep an eye on him. So, if he was not in the best mood, then she had to make sure that he did not cross paths with the lady under any circumstances. She knew that they didn't tell the lady, but one day the Duke's family would have to leave this place. The two of them were the only ones, and the Succubi hybrids. They lived in this world, but they would have to leave with the Duke's family. While they were preparing for their departure in this castle, the lady appeared like a gift. She thought that perhaps her mission on this earth was to protect the little young lady. She sighed heavily, for she knew that it was only a matter of time before that very thing would happen. She knew that it would be very good if the peaceful days continued for a long time. The maid looked at the young lady closely and sighed heavily, saying that the master's condition had worsened again. She said that he would not be able to get up for some time, and for this reason it would be very difficult to see him. The young lady looked at the maid in surprise and asked if this was true. She started to say that it was wonderful news, but a moment later she was taken aback and said that she was very sorry. She understood perfectly well that he was now changing his appearance. The maid looked at the young lady closely and said with a smile that she should not worry about it too much. She said that all half-shells grow very painfully. The young lady said with tears in her eyes that she would miss him very much. She turned over to the other side and said that since he was sick, he needed to have a good rest. But in turn, she really hoped that he would lie down and rest for a long time. She hoped that they would not meet for a long time. She knew that due to the absence of the young master, she quickly got used to life in a new place. Every day she bathed in compliments, but what pleased her most was that she could go to that famous library of dragons. She saw that there were many books there that she had not read before, and she really liked being in such a place. She was glad because she could take a book and a small basket for her meal. She knew that every day her little basket would be filled to the brim with different delicacies. She knew that such a life was simply paradise. She cast aside all thoughts about the Duke's family, etc. The cook looked at the young lady intently and said with a smile that he had brought her a new delicacy today. She looked at him with a joyful smile and told him to show her what was there quickly. He smiled and said that he brought her some star candies. She looked at the beautiful jar of candies with shining eyes and asked if all of this was really for her. The cook said with a smile that, of course, it was all for her. He smiled and said that he owed her a lot. He said that from now on he would delight her with the most delicious dishes. He hoped that she would always enjoy his food. She, in turn, was not afraid, but hoped that he would continue in the same spirit. She loved being loved very much, but there was something she liked much more. She saw the elves returning from a patrol. The young lady ran up to the elf with lightning speed and asked with a smile if he could give her a ride on the wyvern today. The man looked closely at the young lady and said that she was very brave in asking for a ride. He looked at her intently and casually asked who she was. The young lady froze in place in surprise, as she saw that the man was very tall. She saw that his boots and cape were like those of an elf guard, but she was very puzzled, as his aura was very frightening. She knew she had to calm down quickly, because everything was going to be fine. She knew she had to act confident and calm. A moment later, the young lady introduced herself with a trembling voice. She said it was okay if he didn't want to ride her. He looked at the young lady intently and asked her why she was saying that. He said that at first she asked him to give her a ride, and now he was saying that it was not necessary. With lightning speed, the man picked up the young lady and threw her onto the wyvern. The young lady was shocked and she screamed involuntarily. She knew perfectly well that one wrong move and she could fall. The man looked at her intently and asked who usually rode her on the wyvern. She said, breathing heavily, that the Lord's elves from the guard rode her. Moments later, she finally opened her eyes and looked into the distance. She froze in surprise as she noticed that the earth was wide under the sky. She was shocked because she saw that the animal was not flapping its wings, but simply floating through the air. Seafiel understood that on this continent, there was only one race that could do something like this. Trembling with fear, she asked the man who he really was. He looked at her closely and said with a grin that she had guessed very quickly. With the speed of lightning, he jerked. The young lady, in turn, was very frightened and screamed. She was in shock. She didn't understand what was happening at all. She was very scared and asked herself, would he really throw her to the ground for her question? The young lady glared at the man, and Seafiel wondered if he was really pretending to be a junior duke. A moment later, the young lady froze in shock as she noticed that the man had purple pupils and black hair, a toned face that made her shiver. She froze in surprise as she realized that the person standing before her now was Duke Daihan de Remdragon himself, the young master's father. She remembered someone telling her that when you find yourself in a dead-end situation, laughter acts as a defensive reaction. A moment later, she screamed with a radiant smile and said that it was very cool. She asked the Duke to lift her even higher. He looked at her in surprise and asked if it suited her. She looked at him with a smile and said that he should lift her even higher. He looked at her in surprise and said that she was just an annoying child. A moment later, he lifted her even higher and asked if it suited her. She said with a beaming smile that it was just perfect. He looked at her intently and said with surprise that she was very fearless. Knowing her as a lady, she understood perfectly well that if she were to beg him for mercy now, he would definitely kill her. She understood that in front of her now stood the father of the younger duke, a man who could simply throw her out as far as possible. She said with a radiant smile that she was having a lot of fun. He looked at her intently and said that if she was having so much fun, then he could lift her even higher. The young lady, in turn, was very frightened and involuntarily screamed. He looked at her intently and asked if she was really having fun. He sighed heavily and said that she was a very strange child. The young lady, in turn, knew that she was not having fun at all, since she wanted to just die on the spot. For some time they played with lifting. He looked at her intently and said that he thought that was enough for today. Some time later, they came down to the ground, and the servant rushed with lightning speed to the Duke. The young lady, in turn, was very much puzzled. She felt very bad. The Duke looked at the servant intently and said that he had come at the right time. The Duke told him to immediately explain who this child was in front of him. He wanted to know what she was doing in their house. The young man looked at the Duke intently and said that it might be hard to believe, but this girl would soon become the younger Duke's bride. The Duke sighed heavily and said that for some reason he thought so, and for this reason he did not throw her out. Usually he got rid of everything suspicious in this way. The young lady, in turn, moved away from the Duke with lightning speed, so as not to provoke him. The Duke looked at the young lady intently and asked why she was running away now. He sighed heavily and said that she was behaving completely differently now. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she was afraid of him. Leff, in turn, looked at the Duke with bewilderment. He hesitated, not knowing what to answer. The Duke looked at him sharply and said that he had not asked him that. Leff looked at the Duke and said that he simply wanted to know if he had arrived safely. The Duke sighed heavily and said that he had arrived safely. A moment later, he told his servant that there was a corpse lying outside the palace walls. He said that it needed to be dealt with immediately before it began to smell. Leff looked at the Duke and asked in bewilderment if he was really the invader. The Duke looked at the servant in bewilderment and said that he spoke as if he himself knew nothing. The young lady froze in surprise as she realized that the manner of communication in this family was passed down through generations. Leff, looking at the Duke, he asked for forgiveness for not noticing the corpse. He said that it was entirely his fault. He said that they would slowly strengthen the forest guard so that he would not have to do something like this in the future. The young lady, in turn, was leaving them slowly. She was puzzled because she understood that everyone in this house was crazy. She wanted to find her maids so that they could quickly pack their things. She wanted to quickly run away to their house and live a quiet life there. The Duke sighed heavily and said that the one he killed said something strange. He said that he was not Rice. Leff looked at the Duke in bewilderment and asked if his name was Rice. The young lady, in turn, froze in place from shock after hearing this. Seafield looked at the young man and asked if he had done as she said. He tremblingly said that he had been able to save his mother thanks to her. She looked at him intently and said that if he continued to listen to her, she would tell him many useful things. She looked at him intently and asked him what he thought about it. She wanted to know if he could do what she told him to do. Trembling, he said that he would obey any order she gave him. She looked at him intently and asked if he had recently bought shares. Using memories from her past life, she pretended to be a seer. She tricked the guard and made him change his name. She wouldn't have been able to escape from the dungeon and come to the ball without the help of Rhodo, or rather Reese. Since he constantly bullied her, she immediately betrayed him. She thought that he had been captured by people from her family because he could not find her. She was very surprised and could not even think that he was still wandering around the area. After she was chosen as the bride of the younger Duke, she had many things to do. She completely forgot about the nickname she herself gave him. And the Duke sighed heavily and said that the man was wearing the uniform of the Knights of Allegro. The Duke looked closely at his knight and said that if that knight was just a runaway, then there was no need to worry about anything. But he could be a spy, and it was necessary to find out everything in more detail. Leff thought for a moment and said that the knight had nevertheless revealed his name. He was too stupid to be a spy, since Rice in the ancient language means fool. The Duke said that he was indeed very stupid, because he swung the ball once, then ran away, hit his head on a tree, and passed out. He was too hopeless, and it was hard to believe that he was a knight. The young lady was shocked, but a moment later she was taken aback as she heard someone calling her. The maid looked at the young lady in surprise as she saw that she was worried. The young lady ran up to the maid like lightning and told her to give her something. She ran up to the Duke with lightning speed and called him. The young lady, with a smile on her face, handed him a jar of candies and said with a smile that it was her gift for him. She smiled and said that she was giving him her treasure. She thanked him for protecting her. The Duke looked at the young lady in bewilderment. He did not understand what was going on at all. She knew perfectly well that this was exactly how she should behave. Leff looked intently at the Duke, since he could not even utter a word. The young lady understood perfectly well that the Duke had become her savior, because if the shadow in that threat had really belonged to the knight, then now she would not be standing here in front of him. She thanked him for saving her from the knight. The Duke looked at the young lady in bewilderment and asked if she really behaved like this all the time. He was surprised and did not understand what had happened if she was so happy. The knight looked at the Duke closely and said with a smile that the young lady was always obedient and made adults happy. Looking at the Duke, he said that it seemed that she liked him very much after he rode the wyvern. The Duke looked at the young lady in surprise and said that she was the first child who was not afraid of him. The knight quietly told the Duke that the young lady really likes beautiful people, so she listens to the young master very well. The young lady was shocked and wanted him to stop gossiping. The Duke sighed heavily and said that this was unexpected for him, since his son was very difficult to love because of his character. The young lady looked at the Duke intently, for she knew that this was enough for him not to throw her out. She knew that perhaps he had a reason for wanting to get rid of her. The Duke looked at the young lady intently and asked what she meant by "thank you for protecting her." She looked at him intently and with a beaming smile said that he really drove away the bad man. She smiled and said that he was the strongest man in the world. Daihan is the head of the Remdragon family. Based on the information known so far, he follows the path of martial arts. He enjoyed battles and hated lies, and what he liked to hear addressed to him the most was flattery. She looked at him intently and said with a smile that he was the strongest in this world. The Duke froze in embarrassment, as he had not expected to hear such a thing from the young lady. It was a moment when the young lady melted the Duke's heart. She froze in bewilderment, because she did not understand why he had remained silent until now. She wondered if she had said something wrong. A moment later, the Duke felt sorry for the young lady's face. She froze, looking at the Duke with bewilderment. For a while he just squeezed her face. She was in shock, did not understand what he was doing. He looked at her closely and said that he felt strange sensations. He noticed that she was very small, like a pea. Lef looked at the young lady and said that she was only 5 years old, and by human standards, she corresponded to her size. She looked at the Duke and asked if his son's cheeks weren't like that. He looked at her and said that they were, knowing as he had never touched his face. Now she understood why he was resentful of life, as he simply lacked a father's love. The Duke looked closely at the young lady. He saw that she had been nervous for several days. He smiled and said that he was going to kill her. He asked if she was not afraid of him at all. She looked at him intently and asked if he was talking about how he almost threw her off the animal. She sighed heavily and, looking into his face, said with a smile that he would not do that. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she was happy with everything. Seafiel thought for a moment and said that the younger Duke would not want to hold another ball, and besides, he was very busy. The Duke looked at the young lady in surprise and asked if his son would not want to choose a bride for himself anew. She looked at him intently and said that it was exactly like that. The Duke looked at the young lady in surprise, as he did not understand how she knew his son so well. Lef said with a smile that the thing is that the young lady really likes the younger Duke, and she is even counting the days until their wedding. The young lady was furious because this was not the case. She knew that they knew nothing about her at all. The Duke looked at the young lady intently and said with a smile that he understood everything, and he also said that she had impressed him very much. He said that she could now go to her room. The Duke looked at the servant and said that now he needed to explain himself, since he did not understand why the child was in front of the castle. The Duke sighed heavily and said with fury that whoever his son chose as a bride, all they needed was her name. The Duke said he distinctly remembered ordering her to be placed in a separate building so that she would not be seen. Lef asked for forgiveness for not telling the Duke in advance. He said that the lady was now living in the castle. The Duke looked at the servant with fury and asked who dared to move her. Trembling with fear, he said that it was the order of the younger Duke. The Duke sighed heavily and said that they could leave things as they were. He said that he was sure that his son just wanted to tickle his nerves, so he brought the child to the main castle. The maid looked closely at the young lady and asked if something terrible had happened. Seafiel Fife sighed and said that everything was fine. She was puzzled and did not know if she could stay in the main castle, now that the Duke had returned. The maid said that the master would soon tell them to return. She asked the young lady if the Duke had by any chance asked her name. The young lady sighed heavily and said that he had asked, and she introduced herself. Barry looked closely at the young lady and asked if she had told her last name. The young lady noticed that the maid's hands were shaking. She thought that if the Duke knew what family she was from, he would certainly not like it. She knew that her family's people did not accept her, and the fact that she was a princess remained a secret even after her escape. She knew that no one even called her by her first name, let alone by her last name. She looked closely at the maid and said that she did not say the last name. The maid breathed a sigh of relief. The young lady looked at the maid with bewilderment and asked what would happen after they knew her last name. The maid said that they would not only be scolded, since the Duke hated her family. The maid said that it did not mean that the Duke hated her. The young lady understood perfectly well that even though this was her family, they deserved it. She looked closely at the maid and asked in bewilderment why he hated her family. The maid hesitated and said that in order to find out the reason, one must delve into the time when the four states formed an alliance. The first head of the Duchy of Cherneau de Remdragon, he freed this land from demons. At the time when the liberation took place, the kingdom of Allegro was at that time to become a principality. Then the four states united to drive out the demons and protect this land. Of course, the Duke of Remdragon had the greatest influence. The current four sovereigns are only the descendants of those who made great contributions to the battle against the demons. But, unfortunately, not all people are good and right. After defeating their enemies, they had other desires. The first duke was worried that a power struggle would break out between the states, so he wanted the kingdom of Allegro to give up its title and throne, and for all four countries to join the alliance and have equal powers. The vote was to determine who would rule the alliance. The young lady thought for a moment, as she felt like she had heard about this in her past life. She recalled that the Duke wanted equality in the four nations governing system. The alliance of kings could then make a decision together. But Allegro broke his promises, although the vote was unanimous, when the other sovereigns were called United Rulers, or Dukes Allegro. The only one who called himself king, moreover, he was proud of being the only lawful member of the royal family. Then her father said that it was entirely their merit. She remembered one story that she heard from her father in a past life. The more she learned about the relationship of the Remdragons to Allegro, the more she did not understand why the younger duke chose a bride from this family. The maid said damply that Allegro pretends to be the most important, although everyone has equal rights. She said that this kind of behavior was insulting to the dragons. The young lady was surprised and did not understand why they did nothing. She said that the dragons were very strong, and they could kill everyone if they did not like something. The maid looked at the mistress in surprise and said that such statements were very dangerous, and she should not talk about such things. She sighed heavily and said that it was all because of the peace agreement between the states. According to this act, they cannot invade each other's territory without special reasons. She sighed heavily and said that the Duke no longer intends to interfere in the affairs of that world. The maid said that it was because they would soon leave this world. She was taken aback because she realized that she had made a mistake when she said this. The young lady, in turn, sighed heavily. She understood perfectly well that there was no point in getting involved in something if they were planning to leave. She thought for a moment, as she didn't know what would happen to the continent if the dragon left them. She knew that the dragons were currently holding back the conflicts between the kingdoms, but once they disappeared, other countries would invade the Allegro kingdom. The maid looked at the young lady and said with a smile that it was very difficult for her to understand now, since she was still a small child. Sefiel looked at the maid intently, as she understood everything clearly. She knew that if she now told her maid that she was in the body of a small child, but in fact she was an adult, then she would be very surprised and would not believe her. Janka said that she should not rush, and in time she would understand everything. The only thing she needs is to try to avoid the Duke. She said that he can destroy everything that he doesn't like. The young lady was shocked, because she thought he was very kind. Dragons have distinctive features that shape their character. Fire dragons are warlike and very strong. They hate when they are lied to and when promises are broken. She asked the maid if the Duke had really been a fire dragon from birth. The maid was surprised. She wondered if the young lady really knew anything. She didn't understand where she got such questions from. The maid was taken aback and said that at the birth of a dragon there is no difference. Everything is determined in the process of their comprehension. The young lady frowned as she wondered who the younger duke would be. The maid said that the younger duke did not have his own traits. They would appear later. She said that in order for the younger duke to grow up to be a good dragon, he needed a good influence from the outside. She said that, unfortunately, he had no friends at all. She asked her to be a little kinder to him. The young lady looked at the maid intently and said that she felt that the young duke did not like her. Barry asked the young lady, with a puzzled smile, why she thought so. She said that she felt that the young lady liked the master very much. She looked closely at the young lady and said with a smile that adults know everything. Seafield hoped he thought well of her, because that way she could focus on her revenge. She knew to stand up to her family, she had to get tougher. She thought it was time to turn to plans. She knew perfectly well that she had to structure everything carefully, since she wanted to show them what hell was like. The maid looked at the lady intently and said that it was time for dessert. She looked closely at the beautiful dessert and realized that she could kill them all later, because now she needed to eat the beautiful dessert. The Duke was furious because he learned that the girl was from the Allegro family and she was going to marry his son. The butler understood that he needed to calm the Duke down quickly, because if he continued in the same spirit, then everyone would die of fear. He asked the gentleman to calm down first, because he would explain everything to him now. The Duke looked at the butler with fury and asked if he was really asking him to just calm down. The Duke asked with fury if he was really being laughed at now. He was shouting that they were trying to hide the child's identity from him because they thought he wouldn't know if no one told him. Leff shouted that they weren't trying to deceive him. The Duke shouted in anger and told his knight to shut his mouth. He sighed heavily and said that because of that, he began to ignore the affairs of this world and did not look down on him. The Duke said with fury that they should bring the child quickly, and he himself would deal with her. The butler was in shock. He shouted to the master that this simply could not be done. The Duke said that there was nothing in this world that he could not do. He was filled with rage, looked at the butler, and asked if he dared to go against his orders. He said that he seemed to want to die quickly. Elton understood perfectly well that the life of the young lady depended on this. He could not simply retreat. He looked intently at the Duke and said that he was very guilty before him, but this could not be done. Hirsute looked at the butler intently, knowing that this was the first time he had refused to carry out his order. He wondered if he should listen to the reason why he was so desperate to install it. He looked at the butler intently and asked why he couldn't do this. Elton shouted that it was because human children slept after 8 o'clock in the evening. He said that the book the maid read said that if you disturb a child's sleep, it can negatively affect the growing body. So when the young mistress sleeps, they try not to make noise. The Duke sighed heavily and said that he understood what the butler meant. Elton looked at the gentleman with a smile and asked if this was true. He looked at the butler with fury and asked if he really meant that they would both be able to strike without an arm or a leg. Elton froze in place in shock. Some time later, the disheveled butler looked at the Duke intently and asked if he had come to his senses. He looked at the gentleman intently and asked him to listen, as the young lady had her reasons. The Duke looked at the butler intently and said that he hoped that this time B would have something more convincing. The butler began to tell everything about the Duke. The Duke looked at the butler in surprise and asked if she had really been living in the dungeon all this time. Elton said that this was exactly the case, and that she had been living there almost since birth. He said that they found out that she had never even gone outside. She was listed in the family register, but that was all that was known. Elton said sadly that he was absolutely sure that it was very difficult to survive there. The Duke was shocked. He did not expect to hear something like this. He sighed heavily and asked the butler why they did this to her. The butler in turn said that he did not know the reason, but he heard that the lady was not the daughter of either the past queen or the current one. The Duke sighed heavily and said that he seemed ashamed of having a child out of wedlock. He sighed heavily and said that Allegro had outdone themselves again. The butler said that everything was exactly like that, and that was why he was very proud of the lady. The Duke looked at the butler in bewilderment, not understanding what he was talking about. He said that the girl had adapted to the unfamiliar place, and he was very impressed and proud of her. He asked the Duke to forget about the relationship for a while and trust the lady once. The Duke sighed heavily and said with a smile that she had given him a bribe in exchange for his silence. He looked at them intently and asked what she had done with them, for he saw that they had gone over to the man's side. A moment later, the butler told the Duke everything. The Duke looked at the butler in shock and asked what he was talking about. The butler smiled sheepishly and said that there was no particular reason. She was just very nice. The Duke froze in shock when he heard that the young lady was nice. The Duke sighed heavily and said that if she were to do something, then she needed to be gotten rid of immediately. The butler sighed heavily and said that he understood the gentleman. He said they were keeping a close eye on her, but she was so small, he didn't understand what she could do. The butler looked at the Duke intently and said that they must marry to fulfill the promise they made to the people. Looking at the gentleman, he asked him to remember this and not to be so strict with the young lady. The Duke sighed heavily and said that this was impossible. The Duke shouted that, despite the fact that she had soft cheeks, a bright smile, and a not very sweet smell, he did not intend to let her get away with everything. The butler looked at the Duke in surprise and asked what he had just said. Elton said with a smile that it didn't matter. He understood that the Duke had softened after meeting the young lady. They looked at the Duke with smiles and said that they would leave him. Seafield looked around in search, since she didn't know where Elton was. She wanted to ask him about the dragons. The young lady heard some conversation in the office. She slowly approached the door, wanting to know what they were talking about. The butler approached the young lady and said with a smile that he thought the young people were talking about something interesting behind the door. Seafield was taken aback, as she did not expect to see him. She looked at the butler in surprise and asked how long he had been standing next to her. She sighed heavily and said that she had been looking for him for a long time. The butler looked at the young lady in surprise and asked why she was looking for him, as he did not expect to hear such a thing at all. He looked at her intently and said with a smile that he understood everything. Elton asked, "Is she really talking about this now?" The young lady looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what he was talking about. He smiled and said that he knew about everything and that she did not need to be shy. A moment later, the young lady was taken aback, as she remembered that the maid had said with a smile that adults knew everything. She was in shock and just couldn't believe it. Seafield wondered if it was all because she had lived in the estate for so long. The butler looked at her intently and asked with a smile, "Did she really want to know about the date of her wedding?" He smiled and said that she needed to wait a little. He asked, was she worried that the Duke would not marry her? Seafield in turn was in shock. She did not understand what was wrong with the butler. She shouted that in fact she was not looking for him because of this. Seafield said that she would not ask him about anything at all. He looked at her intently and said with a smile that he had very good news for her. The young lady sighed heavily and asked what he was talking about, as she knew there was no good news for her right now. He looked at her closely and said with a smile that it would be difficult for her to understand what was written on the dowry list. Elton smiled and said that it was a list of gifts that would be sent to her home in the kingdom. He asked if she would like to read it. The young lady drooped for a moment and wondered if they had sent everything to her kingdom. She sighed heavily as she had completely forgotten about it. The ball at which the young groom chooses a partner for a marriage of convenience. There was a case when at this ball the parents raised a scandal, precisely because of the huge dowry intended for the bride. She knew that most likely her family was not looking for her because they knew that she was in the estate. Seafield was sure that they were thinking about the dowry day and night. However, right now she could not act hastily, since her current family was a den of predators. Seafield knew that her father was not the type to sit back. In her past life when she was locked up, he didn't even think that she could be taken advantage of, so he rarely came to see her. She knew that for him she was just a cursed child, and nothing more. However, when she grew up, he saw something in her. Then he noticed that she spoke and wrote in an ancient language that she had not been taught. At that moment, her father laid his gaze on her. As soon as she became capable of anything, she was immediately used. She wondered what would happen if he decided that in her status as the bride of the younger duke, she would be useful. She sighed heavily and knew that for her family, she was a weak spot, and they would try to take her away so that she would not go to their competitor. The young lady looked at the butler intently and asked if he had contacted her father. The butler looked at her intently and said that of course they had contacted, and he had conveyed the news to him that she would be the young duke's bride. The young lady was shocked. She trembled and asked what her father had replied. The butler thought for a moment and said that, to his surprise, no answer had come, although quite some time had passed. He smiled and said that following the procedure, they should just give them the money, get an answer. It doesn't matter. She looked at the butler and asked, "Are they really going to send everything there?" Elton smiled and said that, of course, they would send everything, and also asked if she would like to look at all the gifts. The young lady, in turn, froze in place in surprise as she saw her dowry. She got the right to mine in the emerald mines, treasures, and also the right to own a forestry business. She was in shock because all the gifts simply blinded her. She froze in surprise and wondered if it was possible to keep all this without locking it up. She asked the butler if it wouldn't be better to hide everything well. The butler smiled and told the young lady that she didn't have to worry, since the chest was enchanted with magic, and it was impossible to touch it. But it didn't work on her or the members of the ducal family. He smiled and said that knowing the duke's bad character, he didn't want to steal from the castle, and only someone sick in the head could do that. Cécile sighed heavily and said that she understood everything. She was in shock and wondered how she could give everything to those people. The butler looked at her closely and said with a smile that her family would be proud of her for the rest of their days. He smiled and asked if she understood what he was talking about. The young lady looked at him intently, as she simply wanted to hit him on the neck with her hand. Cécile did not understand why the servants in the house were so slow-witted. The thought that her family would receive such treasures made her head spin. She, of course, envied them, but she knew that she had to endure. She knew that if she did not give them these treasures, then trouble could be expected. The butler looked at the young lady and said with a smile that a reply letter had just arrived from her house. He asked if he should read it to her. A moment later, the butler opened the letter and began to read, but after a few minutes, his face changed. Cécile looked at him in surprise and asked what had happened, as she did not understand what was written there. She said that she would also like to see. He looked at her intently and, picking up the letter, said that she shouldn't read it at all. She looked at him in surprise, as she didn't understand why he was reacting like that. Cécile told him to give her the letter immediately. With lightning speed, the young lady took the letter from him and started reading. He shouted for her not to do it. In the letter she read that her family would not send a dowry, money, or other gifts. They wrote that if this did not suit them, then they could immediately drive the girl away. The young lady was in shock. She was burning with rage, because she knew that they would never receive the devotees. A few days later, her family sent someone to the estate. Cécile didn't know what to expect from the young man, given the contents of the letter, but she, in turn, was absolutely prepared for anything. The maid looked closely at the young lady and said that she seemed to be in a very good mood today. She smiled and said that she was very interested in what expression the guest would have. Marie asked if she was really talking about a guest from her family. She said that he would be happy to receive such devotion. She smiled and asked if this was really the flower ring that the young duke had given her. For a moment, Cécile remembered her raccoon and how the duke had given it to her. She said, puzzled, that it was not so and the ring was hers. A moment later, they heard a noise. The maid looked away and said that it seemed their guests had arrived. Madame slowly got out of the carriage and, sighing heavily, said that it was very dirty here. She could not imagine that the duke's castle was in the forest. Cécile was shocked because she saw the queen. She was confused and did not understand why they sent a picky woman to them, because she knew that the lady was not very smart. The 7th place in the young lady's death note was occupied by the queen, her adoptive mother, who constantly tormented and beat her. Having become pregnant by the king, she became the 2nd queen, which caused her reputation in high society to be shaken, and this is how the king's 3rd son was born. The king's mother despised Madame because of her origin. The queen told Madame that she was very lucky that she did not give birth to a daughter, as she could have ended up in a bad situation like the cursed girl. The queen told Madame that she should contribute to their family by giving birth to another strong boy. Madame was very angry. She did not understand why they were treating her like that. Every time the queen mother scolded Madame, she would come and take out her anger on the young lady. She was furious and could not believe that she was being treated like a girl. She would scream furiously that it was all because of her. Cécile heard about a certain Lilia every time, but she didn't know who it was. She found out that Lilia was her mother's name much later, and thanks to the queen, she found out what her mother's name was. She was puzzled, because she didn't want to go back to Allegro at all, because it was a real hell, and instead of the devil, the entire royal family. The queen looked at the maid intently. She did not understand why she was just standing and looking at her. She said with disdain to the maid that she should quickly escort her into the house and show her everything. Marie asked the queen in confusion if she was really a delegate from Allegro. Marie said that she needed to check everything before taking them inside. The queen was shocked by the maid's impudence. She sighed heavily and said that she was Queen Allegro. Marie said that now the queen needed to go through the confirmation procedure. The queen looked closely at the maid and asked who she was hiding behind her back. A moment later, the queen looked at the girl with a grin and said that she was very lucky to see her immediately upon her arrival. The queen looked at the girl with fury and asked her what she thought. And in doing so, she insulted her and called her a garbage rat. Marie was shocked and furious. She did not understand how the queen could address her mistress like that. The queen looked at the maid intently and said that it seemed that her job was to guard the rat, and that was the reason she was so arrogant. The queen looked at Céphile with a smile and told her to come to her, while she called her baby and said that she was her mother. The lady looked at the queen intently, as she did not know what she had in mind. The queen looked at the young lady with a smile on her face and said that she had traveled a long time to see her. She smiled and said that she was very glad that the young lady was well, and also asked her to come closer so that she could hug her. The queen quietly and with a grin told the young lady that she didn't know she was so cunning. She was surprised, since the little girl was already plotting and beguiling the duke's family. She said that the lady would pay for bothering her and making her come to such a hole. The young lady, in turn, was shocked, as she could not believe that the queen said something like that to a small child. She knew that in her past life, she would have kept silent, but not now. She was furious, as she had changed and become evil. Céphile looked at the queen intently and called her, calling her aunt. The queen looked at her and asked how dare she address her mother in such a way. The young lady looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about, since she had said earlier that she would kill her if she called her mother. She looked at the queen intently and asked if she had forgotten. She said that it seemed that the queen had a memory like a fish. The lady said that it was not surprising, since the queen could not even finish the academy. The queen was shocked. She looked at the queen and told her not to be angry, since it would be a big problem if her blood pressure rose, and she became even more stupid. The queen was furious, and she screamed for the lady's hands to be torn off quickly. But since the mistress's offense is the servant's offense, the young lady's maid was dragged away to be punished. Céphile was shocked, because she knew that Marie was a hybrid succubus, and one wrong move, and there would be trouble. A moment later, they heard someone's voice and looked warily into the distance. The young lady, in turn, was glad, as she realized that someone had returned from the guard. But a moment later, she turned around and froze in place in surprise as she saw the young duke. She was in shock, as she understood perfectly well that trouble was now inevitable. The young duke sighed heavily and looked at everyone intently. He did not understand who dared to wake him up at such a time. The maid was taken aback and asked the young master for forgiveness, since she did not know that he was inside. The young gentleman looked at the queen with anger and asked if it was she who had made the noise just now. The maid asked the gentleman to remain calm. The maid looked at the young master intently and said that even if she was in the way, she could not be killed because she was the queen. The young lady, in turn, froze in place in surprise, because she knew that he had not said that he would kill her. She was wary because she did not know what he usually did. He looked at the young lady intently and asked why it was always so noisy around her. She sighed heavily and said that it was not her fault this time. He looked at her in surprise and asked if it was true. Céphile said she told the queen and said she was louder than her. The queen was shocked. She screamed at the young lady to shut her mouth. The queen was shocked and trembled with fear. Looking at the young master, she asked if he had gone crazy to kill her. She screamed that she was the queen. The young gentleman looked at her with a grin and asked what was wrong with that. He asked if he really asked the animals where they came from when he was hunting before he killed them. The young lady, in turn, froze in shock on the spot. She wondered if he really wanted to kill the queen. For a moment, there was complete silence between them. She was puzzled and wondered if he had forgotten about the peace agreement. The young lady quietly told her maid that they needed to be stopped. The gentleman looked at the queen and said that he remembered the peace agreement and, taking it into account, he would put his life on the line. He looked at everyone present and ordered his panther to get rid of the delegation. A moment later, the young lady screamed and asked the young gentleman to calm down. The maid looked closely at the young lady and asked if she was okay. She sighed heavily and said that she was okay, and also asked Mary if she was okay. The maid smiled and said that she was okay. She looked at the lady closely and said that the woman was simply awful, and although the young lady said that she was fine, she was probably very scared. Sophia looked at the maid with a smile and said that it was still normal, and besides, it was not the first time she heard it. She looked closely at the maid and said with a smile that she was a little scared, but now she was fine. Marie looked at the young lady intently as she felt very sorry for her. A moment later, she said that she would soon bring her something tasty. Sophia looked at the maid with a smile and thanked her. The young lady, in turn, was puzzled and did not understand why the queen personally came to the estate. For a moment she wondered if the queen had come because she cared for the cursed child, but she knew that made no sense, and she was sure she had ulterior motives. She thought for a moment, because she knew that if she had such an opportunity, she should not sit back. The maid looked sideways at the queen and said that she could wait in the room, and the duke would come to her soon. The queen was puzzled, because she knew that a lot of time had passed. She did not know how much longer she should wait. She wondered if they had decided to insult her in this way. She knew very well that if she had known what the younger duke looked like, the misunderstanding would not have happened. She sighed heavily, because she thought that the rumors were true that dragons were not trained in the norms of decency. However, she could not do anything, because she knew that she had to be patient, since the opportunity to meet the legendary duke had come up. A few hours later, the queen was furious because she did not understand how much longer she had to wait for him. She screamed furiously because she wanted to know when he would come to meet her. The maid quietly told the queen to calm down, because she must not forget her mission. The queen's mission was that she had to destroy the marriage by any means necessary. She wanted to throw away the dowry, anger the duke, and break off the engagement. She sighed heavily and said with a grin that she really needed to be patient a little to carry out her brilliant plan. The maid sighed heavily because she knew that the plan was thought out from start to finish by the king. Moments later, the young man entered the room and said that it seemed she had had to wait a long time. The queen looked casually at the duke and said that he had finally arrived, but said that it was improper of him to linger so long. The butler looked at the queen with a smile and said that the guard training was over. The duke would arrive soon. The queen looked at the butler with fury. She did not understand why even he had such an impudent face. She sighed heavily as she realized that she had to wait a little longer. The queen said that she was very interested in how remarkable he was. She looked closely at the butler and asked how much longer she had to wait. The butler smiled and told the queen that the duke would be here soon. The butler looked closely at the queen and said with a smile that they had not had such distinguished guests for a long time, so they could enjoy the atmosphere of the palace without rushing. The queen sighed heavily and continued to wait for the duke. She knew that the fact that she had entered the palace was already a reason to brag to everyone. A moment later, the duke entered the room and, looking at the queen, asked if she really was Queen Allegro. The queen was shocked. She froze, amazed by the duke's beauty. She saw that the younger duke was already very handsome for his young age, but the duke was even more attractive. The duke looked at the queen and said that it seemed that the members of the royal family had plenty of free time, since the queen had personally come to them. The queen said that the exchange of dowry was the only procedure of this marriage, and therefore she, as a mother, could not help but come. The duke sighed heavily and said that he was very tired, and they had to speed up the process. The queen was shocked, as she did not expect this. She started a conversation, but the duke interrupted her. He looked at her intently and said that she could take her dowry and leave quickly, and he would close his eyes to today's commotion. The queen looked at the duke with fury. A moment later, she saw a document listing the entire dowry. She froze in shock, as she saw that everything listed was very valuable. She looked at the duke with a smirk, since she was not interested if everything ended so quickly, and besides, her goal was to break off the engagement and not to take the dowry. She looked at the duke with a smirk and said that he had prepared well. She said he should know that the young lady was the only princess in their kingdom, and for the only royal daughter this dowry was not enough. She looked at him intently and with a smirk said he should give them twice as much. The Duke looked at her with fury and said that he now understood the reason for her visit. He asked if she really valued her daughter very much. The Queen said that, of course, she was very valuable. The Duke said that he understood her perfectly. The Queen was pleased, since she had won. He looked at the Queen with fury and asked what her daughter's name was. The Queen was taken aback and looked at him in bewilderment. He looked at her intently and said with fury that he would like to hear the girl's name. The Queen stood frozen in surprise. She did not know what to answer, as she did not know the name of the young lady. He looked at her with fury and asked if she could not answer. He said that it was simply impossible not to know the name of her beloved daughter. He approached her with a grin and said that she must name her daughter. Then he would triple the dowry. The Queen froze. She was puzzled and wondered what the girl's name was. The Queen always insulted the young lady and shouted that she was just a damn garbage rat. She froze and wondered if she even had a name. The Duke said with contempt that now everything was clear to him. So, when the unfortunate letter did not indicate the girl's name, he said that it seemed like they all forgot her name since she was locked in the dungeon from her childhood. He said that she was just an unknown child to them. He looked at the Queen with contempt and fury and said that he very much hoped that she understood now what he was talking about. He sighed heavily and said that sometimes they people act very unreasonably. She screamed furiously that she was the queen of the only kingdom, and he had to show her respect. The Duke looked at her furiously and said he wanted to make it clear. He said he only showed respect to those who deserved it, and she was absolutely not that kind of person. The Duke said she was very lucky that he was not interested in human affairs. He said she could accept the dowry and just leave. She was furious because she knew she couldn't just back down, or the king would leave her alone. She looked at the Duke with a grin and asked if he really wanted to buy a girl as a dowry now. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. She said that if he continues like this, they will be in big trouble, since their royal family is historically significant, and they are the only rulers of the royal line. She looked at the Duke intently and said that he was partly right, as the dowry was a mere pretext, and she wanted to take their child back. She said that it was such an attachment to the family. The Queen said with a grin that after parting they began to miss her even more. She said that if he needed the girl so much, then he could take her in a few years after they trained her. The butler said that in the Duke's family, she could also get a good education. The Queen looked at the butler in surprise and asked how she could trust them, since she saw that there was not even a single person in the house who could look after her. She looked closely at those present and asked what they knew about raising a child. The Queen said that she saw that the servants treated the child with all honors. She said that if the lady got used to it, it would only get worse. She said that she was going to bring her up and teach her everything, and after that send her back. The Queen, with a grin, said that if the Duke agreed to this, then they could pretend that there was no engagement. The Queen, in turn, froze in bewilderment. She did not understand why she was trembling all over. She stared at the Duke online, as she felt as if the whole world was pressing down on her. The butler looked at the Duke and asked him to calm down. He said that if the Queen was overcome by fear of the dragons, she could die. He refused his master, that before him was only a lower man, and he should remember the peace agreement. The Duke sighed heavily and said that the Queen was not a direct royal descendant, and there was no reason not to kill her. He looked at the Queen with fury and said that he was giving her one last chance. He said that she could just take the dowry and disappear from sight, and if she refused, then he would send her home without limbs. The Queen was shocked. She learned that it would be better to just take the dowry and leave while there was still a chance. She understood perfectly well that she would not live if she did not do this. She wanted to take what was due to her and run away quickly. She froze, looking at the dowry, since the right to extract emerald mines can only be taken by a good person, and the right to the forestry enterprise did not belong to her. The Duke looked at the notes in surprise. He looked closely at the butler and asked who wrote these notes. The butler smiled and said that it seemed that the young lady was doing all this. The maid looked at the young lady closely and said that the dowry was something that the adults had agreed upon. She told the young lady that she was a very good girl and that she should have her papers returned. Seafield looked at the maid with tears in her eyes and said that if she gave up these documents, the Duke would be very angry. The Duke looked at the young lady in bewilderment and asked why he would be angry. She shouted that if she gave the papers to the Queen, it would be dishonest. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. The lady screamed, looking at the Queen, and said that she was secretly mining magic stones in Malorando Field. Malorando Field. This is the territory of the Duke's family, which is located near the Kingdom of Allegro. This land produces the best magic stones on the continent, which are so necessary for all magicians, and their price is comparable to gold bars. The Duke looked at the young lady and said that if it was true, he would very much like to hear more. The Queen in turn screamed and said that it was not so, since the girl was a real liar. The Queen screamed furiously that the young lady was slandering adults without even having evidence. Seafield looked at the Queen in bewilderment and asked why she had no evidence. She looked at the Queen and asked if she had really dug the stones with her hands. The butler looked at the Duke intently and said that it was all true, since there were certainly crimes left by which the stones were obtained. The young lady, with tears in her eyes, said that the Queen was now quarreling with her family because of what she had said. She did not know what would happen to her and her younger brothers. She asked for forgiveness for not being able to keep silent, because only bad people do that. The butler thought for a moment and said that the Queen's family is located on the only territory that adjoins Malorando Field. He said that there was a house there belonging to an earl who was a relative of the Queen. The Duke looked at his butler in bewilderment. "Butler, you in turn said that everything is exactly so. And the Count, I am the matchmaker of the Allegro family." The Duke was shocked, as he realized that the Queen's family and the royal family were stealing together. He said that he needed to figure it out as quickly as possible. The young lady was very happy because everything turned out as she planned. A moment later, the Duke ordered the Queen to be detained. The Queen, in turn, was shocked. She shouted that she was the Queen and that they were now provoking a diplomatic conflict. The Duke looked at the Queen with fury and asked if she really thought that such a trifle could escalate into a war. He sighed heavily and said that he would be very glad if a war began, since they were the first to break the peace agreement. A moment later, the Duke cried out and told them to take the Queen away quickly. The Queen continued to scream for some time. She was furious and said that they could not do this to her. The Duke looked hard at the young lady and said that she must come down. He looked at her intently and said that she must return what she had taken. The young lady approached the knight and also the maid. She looked at them closely and said what they should do. The maid smiled and asked the lady if she really wanted them to become the richest. She smiled and said that was exactly it. She said that when they have a lot of money, they can buy something delicious. Looking at the maids, she said that she had long dreamed of trying white chocolate. The maids were shocked. They looked at her with tears in their eyes, as they were ready to buy her everything. The Duke looked closely at the young lady and said that, thanks to her, they did not have to give the dowry to those people. He slowly walked up to her and stroked her head, and also thanked her with a smile. The butler froze in shock, wondering if the Duke was smiling right now. He looked at his master with a puzzled expression and said that it was the first time in 10 years that he had seen him smile. The Duke sighed heavily and told his butler to shut his mouth. The Duke looked intently at the young lady and, lifting her up in his arms, said that he would carry her to the room. Leff looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked when he managed to return. The gentleman smiled and, looking after the young lady, said that she looked like a rather unusual child. The young lady, in turn, wondered why the child's body could not control tears, since she had memories from a past life. But they were in the body of a child. The maid looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she should stop. The young lady smiled and sighed heavily. She said that she was no longer crying. She looked at the Duke intently, as she did not understand why he was still in her room. She, in turn, wondered if it was time for a spanking. The Duke looked at the young lady intently and said that he wanted to ask her something. He sighed heavily and asked if she was possessed by something. He said that Malorando, this is their territory that they do not use. He asked how she knew what she told her today. The young lady was taken aback, not knowing what to answer. The young lady, in turn, was taken aback and said that she had heard the queen chatting about this with her servants. A moment later, she said that she saw a ring on her hand. The Duke looked at her in bewilderment. The young lady said that it sparkled so much that it was impossible not to notice. The Duke sighed heavily and said that the ring was made of linerite. Linearite is a byproduct that is formed during the extraction of magical stones. It has no special properties, but is a rare and beautiful substance, very popular in jewelry. The queen could not resist and made herself a ring, and in doing so, she gave herself away. She understood perfectly well that if he had recognized the stone immediately, the matter would have gone much faster. She looked closely at the Duke and asked if he was going to send people, since the necessary evidence of the illegal extraction. The Duke looked at the young lady in surprise and asked why he needed this, since he could have simply interrogated the queen. He said that it would be much easier to get her to confess. The young lady sighed heavily as she looked at the Duke, as she knew that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. The maid looked closely at the young lady and said that it was time for her to go to bed. The maid smiled as she looked at the lady and said that she did not need to worry about anything, as the Duke's family was the best in the world at extracting any information from people. She said with a sly smile that they would shake the whole truth out of the queen, and they prided themselves on doing everything quickly and clearly. The young lady was shocked. She froze in place and wondered if her maids were also engaged in torture for the ducal family. She looked closely at the maid and asked how they would do this. The maid hesitated and said that she did not know yet. She looked closely at the young lady and asked what they would do with the queen. Seafield looked at the maid in confusion and asked if they would really show her terrible nightmares. Marie said with a smile, the lady, that it seemed she had extensive knowledge. She smiled and said that everything was correct and they feed on good dreams, but they can also send bad ones. She looked at the young lady intently and said with a smile that it was time for her to go to bed. Since all the fuss had caused her to miss her afternoon nap, the young lady in turn agreed with her. The maid looked at the young lady with a smile and said that she should go to sleep quickly. The Duke looked closely at the young lady and said that, although the queen was not her real mother, her stepmother had been detained, and she was now lying quietly as if nothing had happened. The young lady was taken aback, as she thought that the Duke had already left her room. He sighed heavily and said that he could not understand what the child was thinking. He slowly approached her and asked if she didn't love her father and stepmother. The young lady sighed heavily and said that it was exactly like that. He was surprised because he saw that she was telling the truth, and he heard a clear answer from her, even though she was almost asleep. He looked at her intently, asked what she wanted to be when she grew up. Muttering in her sleep, she said that she wanted to be a traitor. The Duke was taken aback, looking at the young lady, as he did not expect to hear such a thing at all. She quietly said that she would like to become a traitor to her homeland. The Duke froze in shock on the spot. A moment later, the young lady said that she would like to become a bad daughter. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she really wanted to become a traitor to the kingdom and a bad daughter for her father. He sighed heavily and said that the more he talked to her, the less he understood what was in her head. He sighed heavily because he saw that she was falling asleep. He wished her good night and left. The Duke was shocked because he realized that the young lady disliked her family so much. The butler looked closely at the Duke and asked if he was all right. The Duke looked at the butler with bewilderment and asked what he was talking about. The butler looked at the Duke warily and said that he had a very strange expression on his face. He smiled and, looking at the gentleman, asked if their mistress had really become special to him. The Duke was puzzled and said that there was nothing special about it. He was just interested in watching her now. He sighed heavily and said that she really did look like a raccoon. He looked closely at the butler and asked if they had everything ready. The butler smiled and said that they had everything ready, and the lawyer's license that he had gotten for fun had finally come in handy, and the team of lawyers responsible for foreign policy was also awaiting the Duke's order. The Duke said with a grin that after a long break, they were back in business. He said that since the young lady hated her father so much, he should show her how he shed tears. The queen, in turn, screamed furiously and demanded that she be released immediately. She did not understand how they dared to treat the queen like that. A moment later, she saw the maid and called her. She looked at the maids with fury and asked why they had come. She screamed and demanded that they call the Duke so that he would come to her immediately. Marie looked at the Queen with a grin and said that she was very sorry, but nothing would work out, and the Queen would have to talk to them. The Queen looked at the maids in surprise, as she did not understand what they were talking about. Marie looked at the Queen with fury and said that she had been mocking their mistress all the time, and she had threatened to tear off the young lady's hands. She said with a wicked grin that they could start with a dream in which her hands would be torn off. She looked at the Queen closely and asked with a grin, "How about a picture of her legs being torn off one by one?" She smiled and said she thought that would be just right. She slowly approached the Queen with a sly grin, said that they would now give her a dream in which all the pain would be felt as if it were real. She said that until now they had been feeding on the good dreams of the lady, so they would repay her with hellish sensations for all the pain they had caused her. The young lady, in turn, was slowly eating delicious cookies. She looked closely at the maid and asked if their Queen had really confessed everything. Marie, looking at the lady, said that the Queen barely confessed, and she even confirmed everything with her fingerprints. Barry said that the Queen knew that the territory was abandoned and prepared all the necessary devices for exploring the cave. The young lady sighed heavily, for she knew that it was now her father's turn to act. Her father, Vitego III, truly loves only his precious sons, and his wives and concubines were absolutely uninteresting to him. She understood perfectly well that now he would cut off all ties with the Queen. She knew that all she could do was watch, but she, in turn, wanted to make it so that it would be impossible to get rid of her. The king was furious because he read the documents and was taken aback by the fact that they had to pay a fabulous sum of compensation. He was furious because he knew that the Queen was just stupid and couldn't even cope with her only task. The man looked at the king and said that they had to kill the cursed girl. He told the king that he had tried to save his family from trouble, but had ended up in trouble. He didn't understand what they should do now. He looked at his assistant and told him to send the divorce papers, because if he divorced the Queen, then their royal family would also get away with it. The assistant sighed heavily and said that he understood the king and would do everything. The young man looked at the king intently, for he knew that they were indeed guilty. But if he said this now, trouble would follow. A moment later, a man entered the king's office and shouted furiously that something bad had happened. The king looked at the man in bewilderment and asked what had happened. The young man gave the king the document and told him to read it immediately, and the king froze in shock as he read a newspaper about the Allegro royal family being behind the illegal exploration of the cave. The assistant was shocked and said that this simply could not be, since even the secret account book of purchase and sale of magic stones was printed there. He was shocked since he knew that only his shadow could know about this. The king was furious and knew that he would not be able to get rid of the Queen now. The Queen trembled with fear and screamed that it was all her fault. She begged for the nightmares to stop. She hated dreams where she became a skeleton. The young lady looked at the Queen intently, as she understood that her maids had brought the Queen to this state. They had simply tortured her with nightmares. She looked at the Queen intently and told her to come to her senses, as there was no one else to save her, and she would have to act on her own. The Queen was taken aback when she looked at the young lady. She asked if she would just be killed. She sighed heavily and said that she was the Queen. Seafiel looked at her closely and asked her in confusion if she really thought those people were still on her side. She thought for a moment and said that she didn't think so, and that they would most likely try to shift all the blame onto the Queen. The Queen was shocked. She wondered if they had decided to pin everything on her and leave her to rot in the dungeon. The young lady slowly handed the book to the Queen and asked if she knew what it was. The Queen was shocked, and since the girl had the secret book of accounts in her hands, the lady smiled and said that if the Queen didn't need it, she would take it now. The Queen, in shock, snatched the book from the young lady. The young lady, in turn, looked at the Queen with a smile, as she simply rewrote the book, based on memories from a past life. The Queen looked at the young lady and called her. She asked the girl if she could send her to the address she would now tell. The Queen looked at the young lady and said that she asked her very much, and she would not bother her anymore. The young lady, in turn, knew that the Queen had lived with her family for a long time, and she could not sit back and wait for her end. The Queen acted. as the young lady had supposed, and now she had only to wait for the king to take revenge on his wife. The young lady, in turn, slowly crossed out names from her death note. She was glad, since two people she wanted to take revenge on were already gone. For a moment, she wondered what would happen to the royal family now. The royal family offered their sincere apologies to the Duke for everything that had happened and asked him to pardon them. The Duke looked at everyone present in surprise. A moment later, he asked if the servants had shown mercy to that girl. The man hesitated, not knowing what to answer. The Duke read the letter from the king, who was grateful to him for the generosity of the Duke's family in accepting their unworthy daughter. The Duke sighed heavily, as he saw that this time the girl's name was also not in the letter. The Duke looked at the man with fury and said that instead of useless apologies, the king should write a congratulation for his daughter's wedding, and it should be cultured and sincere. The Duke said with fury that he would not accept the letter unless it was written in the king's own hand. The case became public thanks to the Queen's confession, and investigations into all their affairs began immediately. In connection with this, the royal family could not avoid criticism from the press, which caused great losses. The Duke looked closely at the young lady, for he saw that she was very calm, while outside there was complete chaos. The young lady was shocked, as she did not know how long he had been looking at her. The Duke said that after the young lady's visit to the dungeon, he learned that she had written a letter to her parents asking for help. The Duke looked closely at the young lady and said that he felt she had at least a little hand in this incident. The young lady was taken aback and, looking at the Duke, asked what he was talking about. She said that she knew nothing. The Duke sighed heavily and, looking at the lady, said that good children do not lie. She hesitated, not knowing what to answer. She understood that she urgently needed to change the subject. Seafiel looked at him and said with a smile that he looked like a big whale, and compared to him, the others looked like shrimps. She said that if the little shrimps fought, then perhaps it would be possible to determine which of them was the worst. The Duke looked at the young lady with a smile on his face. She froze in surprise, as she saw that he smiled. He slowly walked closer to her and stroked her head. He said that everything was right, and there was sense in her words. He smiled and said that in that case, he would leave us alone in favor of the special shrimp. She looked at him in surprise and asked if she really was the special shrimp. He looked at her with a smile and said that everything was exactly like that, and she was a good girl, so he would turn a blind eye to this matter. She looked at him in surprise and, sighing heavily, said that she had stolen the dowry and that she had done wrong. The Duke looked at the young lady and said that the whole world had turned its back on her, but she continued to look at this world with a smile. He sighed heavily and said that she had been through a lot. He dropped to one knee and, looking at the young lady, said that he would remember her name for a long time. The young lady in turn was taken aback. She did not expect to hear such a thing with tears in her eyes. She thanked the Duke. He looked at her intently and said with a smile that she didn't need to cry at all. But after his words, she began to cry even more. The Duke said that she could call him either Duke or Uncle, as she liked. But when she grew up, she would marry his son, and then he would become her father. The young lady looked at him in surprise, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. She looked at him intently and wondered if he would become her father. She was shocked because she could not even dream of such a thing. She wondered if she would now have a real family. He smiled and said that if she married his son, she would become his daughter. Of course, not his biological daughter, but she would become his daughter-in-law. He smiled and said that they would still be like family. The Duke looked at her closely and asked if she did not want to become part of his family. The young lady was taken aback and said that she did not mean that. She, in turn, was afraid that she would get hurt if she hoped for that. The Duke looked at her and said with a smile that since they were not yet engaged, he would call her Little Raccoon. Seafiel looked at him in surprise and asked if that was really necessary. The butler looked at the gentleman intently and said that the Ghanaians had already left the kingdom. The Duke casually said that he understood everything. The Duke looked at the butler and asked what the young lady usually did. The butler thought for a moment and said that in her free time she often played in the forest. The Duke was surprised because he knew that they had a garden. He did not understand why she spent her free time in the forest. The Duke looked closely at the Duchess and asked her to wake up. He was in shock and shouted for someone to call a doctor, but, unfortunately, it was all in vain. The Duke sighed heavily as he looked at the beautiful garden and told his butler that he did not wish to see the garden. He told the butler to close it and make sure that no one went in there. The butler was taken aback, but he still agreed with the master. The butler looked at his master and said that since that moment no one had entered the garden. The Duke sighed heavily and said that he understood everything. Elton said to the master that now there was no one to tend the ambush, and he had probably completely withered. The Duke looked at the butler and told him to give the little raccoon the Duchess's garden. A few days later, the young lady was enjoying the silence in the late Duchess's garden. She was so quiet and calm that she even had difficulty remembering the events of the past weeks. The maid looked at the young lady closely and said that she had indeed merged with the grass. She asked the young lady to play, but still be careful not to get hurt. The young lady smiled and agreed with her. He looked at the young lady and asked why her cheeks were so red. He looked at her worriedly and asked if she was ill. Seafield looked at the Duke in surprise. She noticed that his clothes were different today. The maid smiled and said that the young lady was fine. She was just too carried away by the games. The lady looked closely at the Duke and asked where he was going. The Duke sighed heavily and said that, in connection with recent events, he was thinking of inspecting the territory of their duchy. Since up until now he had been too indifferent, she asked in surprise when he would return back. The Duke looked at the young lady and said that he would most likely return in a few months, as he still had some business to attend to. She was very surprised, as they had only just met recently. Sophia knew that she would even be somewhat sad that he would be gone for a long time. The Duke looked at the maid and told her to take good care of the young lady. A moment later, the young lady took the Duke by his clothes and asked him to wait a little. She looked at him intently and wished him a good journey. She said that she would miss him, so she asked him to come back soon. The Duke looked at the young lady with a smile and said that he would try. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he would not tell the younger Duke that he had gone away. She said that she had heard that he was very ill. The Duke sighed heavily and looked away. He said that nothing could be done about it, since this was a chronic disease of all dragons. He sighed and said that his son would cope with this perfectly well himself. The Duke taught his son not to hope for anything, but to rely only on his own strength. He also said that there was no need to love anyone. The young lady sighed heavily as she realized that he did not like anything. She thought for a moment and became sad, as she knew that in his place she would be lonely. The Duke looked at her closely and said that she would need a private tutor. She looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding what he was talking about. The Duke sighed heavily and said to the young lady that she probably wanted to get a good education. For a moment, he remembered that the butler had told the Queen that the lady could get a good education, but the Queen had a different opinion, and then asked if he knew how to raise a child. The Duke said that he had to take responsibility for what he said in front of her family. The maid looked at the Duke in surprise, as she didn't believe that a dragon cared about a human. She thought it was simply unbelievable. Barry looked closely at the young lady and said with a smile that she was just great. Sophia looked at the maid in bewilderment, as she did not understand what she was talking about. Barry looked at the young lady with a smile and said that the Duke seemed to like her very much. The young lady looked at the maid with confusion and said that last time she told her to avoid the Duke. Barry looked away and said that she was just worried that the young lady might be afraid of him, and she didn't want her to get hurt at all. She looked at the young lady with a smile and said that now the Duke's heart melted. She said that gaining the favor of the elders of the Duke's family was the same as gaining the favor of a god. The young lady sighed heavily and said that she understood everything. Barry looked at the lady with a smile and said that she had great potential and was also very kind. The young lady looked at the maid with embarrassment and said that she should not exaggerate. She told the maid that she also liked her very much. The maid looked at the young lady with a smile and said that she would like to tell her something. She sighed heavily and said that all of their ancestors had left this land, and Marie and she were the last royal succubi left. The young lady looked at the maid with bewilderment and asked where all their ancestors had gone. The maid said that they had all left this world along with the other dragons. The lady looked closely at the maid and with sadness in her voice, asked if they would also leave the world. The maid said that they would not be able to leave whenever they wanted. On the night when the blue moon rises, the magical power reaches its limit, and only on this day the door opens. Through it, one can go to another world. The young lady sighed heavily as she understood everything, and the Duke's family will leave when she appears in the sky. The blue moon. The young lady looked at the maid intently and asked when such a day would come. The maid thought for a moment and said that they could only guess, but no one really knew. She said that they only knew that they had to wait more than 10 years until the next moon. Safiel looked at the maid in surprise and asked if they really had to sit on their suitcases all the time, since it was unknown when the moon would appear again. The maid smiled and said that there was a star that foreshadowed this event, and if it appeared in the sky, it meant that the door would soon be opened. The young lady frowned for a moment, as she realized that the moment the doors opened, she would be abandoned. The maid looked at the young lady in surprise and asked what she was thinking about. Safiel was taken aback and said that she had not thought of anything like that. The maid smiled and said to the young lady that she was very curious about what she had thought of. She looked at the lady intently and asked if she could give her her hand. The young lady froze in surprise as the maid presented her with a gift. She looked at the beautiful ring in surprise and asked what it was. The maid smiled and said that it was a family heirloom. The maid smiled and said that this ring contained the power of their family, and it would help her in an emergency. The young lady was shocked because she did not understand why the maid gave her such a valuable thing. Barry looked at the young lady with a smile and said that this is given only to the closest ones. She asked the lady to accept the gift. The young lady thought for a moment, looking at the beautiful ring, and as it seemed that parting with such a thing was not easy for her, she thought that it would be awkward if she refused. She looked closely at the maid, and with a radiant smile said that she would keep it carefully, and she also thanked her for such a valuable gift. The young lady stared at the beautiful gift. She didn't know what function it could perform, but since it was a royal succubus item, it was definitely valuable. She understood perfectly well that since she had received such a thing, she had to give something corresponding in return. She wandered through the forest, wanting to find purple flowers suitable for the maid. She wanted to make a wreath out of them, because she knew that the maid would definitely like it. But a moment later, the young lady did not notice the stone, and stumbling, fell face down on the ground. She screamed involuntarily, as she was in great pain. The young gentleman looked at her intently and asked what she was doing here. She was taken aback, as she did not expect to see him. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and asked why she was lying on the ground. She sighed heavily, and looking away, asked what business it was of his. She sighed heavily and said that the Duke had given her permission to come into the forest. She asked in bewilderment what he was doing here. He looked at her closely and said that he was keeping an eye on her so that she wouldn't do anything stupid. The young lady looked at him in surprise, as she understood everything. He looked at her intently and said that she had already managed to do something, since he heard that there had been some incident. He asked if she had really stolen her dowry. She hesitated and, looking away, said that nothing like that had happened. He looked at her in surprise and asked if it was true. She decided to change the subject and asked where he kept coming from. She sighed heavily and said that he didn't even have to say that he was following her around. A moment later, the young Duke showed her a treehouse. The young lady was shocked, as she had dreamed of seeing one like that at least once. Erga looked askance at the young lady and asked if she wanted to go inside. She looked at him hard and said that he wouldn't let her do it anyway. He smiled and said that he gave her permission and she could follow him. The young lady slowly entered the house. She was amazed by the beauty. She looked closely at the young gentleman and asked if he had really been here all the time. She was shocked because she saw that he was very young and already had his own house, which one could only dream of. She knew that in the future he would inherit the entire duchy. The young lady looked at him intently and with a radiant smile said that he seemed to be very rich. He sighed heavily and said that he understood her feelings perfectly well, but she must not tell anyone that she had been in the house. She smiled and said that she would not tell anyone. The young master looked at Safiel intently, but said nothing. A moment later, he looked at her and told her that she shouldn't trust him. The young lady looked at the gentleman with bewilderment and asked what he was talking about. He sighed heavily and said that she should not trust his father, the Duke. Seafiel hesitated, and after a moment said that she would think about it. The young lady, in turn, knew that even without warning, she did not trust anyone. She looked closely at the young gentleman, because when she was with him, she did not understand what was happening to her. He was not disgusting to her, but she was afraid. But still, she wanted to get to know him better. Seafiel knew that she had to avoid him for now. She said with a smile that she had already looked at everything in the house, and it was time for her to go home. He looked at her closely and said that she really liked the house. He didn't understand why she ran away. She turned around, feeling very strange, and looking at the young gentleman, said that she was not running away. She knew that she had become angry, but for some reason she became a complete fool next to him. He smiled and asked why she was avoiding him. He said that she wanted to marry him. Erga looked at her with a smile and asked if that wasn't so. The young lady was taken aback, and asking for forgiveness, said that she was unworthy to marry him. He looked at her in surprise and asked what this meant. She was taken aback, not knowing what to answer. The young lady froze in place. A cold shiver ran through her. She was puzzled and did not know what to answer to this question. A moment later, she cried out that her family was so angry that they couldn't even give her a dowry. She was taken aback and said that it was time for her to go. She turned around and decided to leave the house as quickly as possible. He grabbed her by the dress with lightning speed and said that the dowry was already there. She was taken aback and looked at him in surprise. The young lady asked if he was really talking about her now. Erga S. said that everything was exactly like that, and therefore she should not let herself be offended anymore. She sighed heavily and agreed with him. When after me, he said that she could go. He looked at her intently and said that she should not disturb his sleep anymore. The young lady, in her turn, returned with lightning speed. She was puzzled and embarrassed, for she knew that he was, after all, very strange. The maids were looking for the young lady in a hurry, as they could not find her for a long time. A moment later, they noticed that she was running towards them. Barry looked at the young lady intently and said that they had been looking for her for a long time. They wanted to know where she had been, Seafiel Opashila, and excitedly asked what had happened. The maid said that the grandfather of the younger duke, the first head of the family, had arrived. The young lady thought for a moment, as she had read about the head of the family in a book, and the maid had told her a lot about him. Cherno de Remdragon, an adult dragon that is over 300 years old, a hero who destroyed countless demons in the war. He was a legendary creature shrouded in mystery. The young lady thought for a moment, and wondered if he was really in the palace now. She was taken aback, and looking at the maid, asked where she could hide. The maid looked intently at the young mistress, and said that this time she did not need to hide. She sighed heavily, and told the young lady that he would very much like to see her. She looked at the maid in surprise, as she did not understand why he wanted to meet her. Some time later, they were sitting in the living room and quietly drinking tea. The young lady looked intently at the first dragon duke. He looked at her closely and sighed heavily, saying that up close she seemed even smaller. He asked if all human children were like that. He asked her name. The young lady, trembling with fear, greeted him and also introduced herself. She wondered if she should have introduced herself with her full name. She knew there was no point in hiding it. He looked at her closely and said that he knew that she was a child who came from a royal family. He said that she had a very unusual appearance for a human. White hair and red eyes were the characteristic of the demons that lived in the kingdom. She heard that the first duke hated demons very much. He looked at her intently and said that she was a child with demonic characteristics, and also that she came from the Allegro family. He looked at her with cold fury and said that this was a very interesting combination. She drooped for a moment, as she knew that she just had that appearance, and she was not a demon at all. She knew that he did not need to worry about anything, since she had done nothing wrong. He looked at her closely and said with a smile that he thought sometimes people like her were born. But still, she managed to distinguish herself. He looked at her and said that recently she stabbed the royal family in the back. She looked at him intently and with a smile, said that everything was exactly like that. She sighed heavily because she saw that she was lucky, because he was not hostile. He smiled and laughed. He said she didn't look like a finger. He said most human children honor their parents. She looked at him and said she didn't belong to her parents, so she didn't honor them. She said she belonged to herself. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she was looking at him like that. He asked if he had said something wrong. The young lady looked at him intently, and a moment later cried out that he did not look like his grandfather at all. She said that she had heard that he was very old, but she saw that his skin was clear and smooth, and his hair was silky. She screamed and said that he was the most handsome man she had ever seen, and that he was no grandfather. The man was shocked because he did not expect to hear something like that. He laughed and said she was a very straightforward child. He smiled and said she was not at all like royalty, for he remembered all the ancestors. The young lady thought for a moment and wondered if it was a compliment from him. She smiled and asked if it was true. He said that they had very strange eyes, so they looked either like stupid fish or wild cats. He looked at her intently and said with a smile that, unlike them, she had clear and bright eyes. She looked at him intently with a smile on her face. He sighed heavily and said that he thought she was very much like her mother. He asked if she was as smart as the nth lady. The young lady looked at him intently and said that, unfortunately, she did not know her mother. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she was serious. She knew that people usually felt awkward, but she saw that this did not apply to him. She wondered if he was calm because of his age. He looked at her intently and with a radiant smile asked if she had really said that he looked young. He, with a radiant smile, said that he had lived for many years, but he had never heard such a thing. The butler slowly approached the young lady and called her. Elton quietly said that the gentleman turned 350 years old this year, and for dragons this is not so old. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. She looked at him intently and said that he looked old. He asked in surprise why so. A moment later, she cried out and said that it was because he looked very young for his venerable age. He looked at her closely and said with a smile that she seemed to have no manners. But still, she was very cute. The butler smiled and said that the young lady was still very little. He said that the honesty and kindness of children could not leave anyone indifferent. He smiled on his face and said that everything was right, and also asked the butler to continue to educate her properly. The butler looked at the gentleman intently and brought him the mirror he had asked for. He looked at the young lady intently and asked her to come and sit down with him. He smiled and, looking at the young lady, asked if she could see her reflection in the mirror. She was taken aback and said in surprise that she saw some grandfather in the mirror. She thought for a moment, because she knew that neither of these things had been written about in any book. She wondered if dragons could change their faces whenever they wanted. Seafiel knew that the ducal family had been in seclusion for a long time, so information about dragons was passed down through legends. But from what she knew, dragons lived for a very long time. And to this day, the first duke was still alive. He looked at her closely and asked if he looked older now. She smiled and said that it was true and she would remember him like this. Since this was the true appearance of a grandfather, he looked at her and said that she immediately began to call him grandfather. He said that she spoke very well for a child. The young lady was taken aback. She was shocked, wondering if she had addressed him too informally. The butler looked closely at her mistress's dress and said with a smile that she had received the best compliment, since for dragons, a person who speaks well means that she is someone with whom they can have an interesting and useful conversation. The duke smiled and said that, of course, it was nice that she spoke everything without concealment, but aristocrats must have appropriate manners. He looked at her intently and said that all people attach special importance to etiquette. A moment later, men entered the room and said that they had everything ready for the meeting, and the specialists from the trade organization had already arrived. The duke sighed heavily and said that he understood everything. The butler glanced sideways at the young lady and quietly said that the gentleman was interested in entrepreneurship. She thought for a moment, as she thought she had heard something from the maid recently. She asked the maid with interest why the duke was training with the sword, since she knew that he was a dragon and could easily defeat everyone, and she noticed that he often went away to train. The maid smiled and said that this was a very good question. She looked closely at her lady legs and said that she must know that dragons live very long. She said that she didn't know about demons, but an ordinary animal couldn't kill a dragon. However, in a very rare case, due to depression or loss of strength, a dragon can die very early. And to prevent this from happening, the dragon needs a hobby that will help cope with this. Seafiel knew that the Duke had chosen sword training as his hobby, and his ultimate goal is to take first place and become the best swordsman in the whole world. And the Information Guild of the Alliance of States regularly updates the ranking in each of the areas. The maid smiled and said that the dragon does not use his strength in competitions with people. The young lady smiled and said that he is very conscientious. She knew that with its power, the dragon changes its appearance, and therefore people do not even recognize it. She remembered that in the legends, it was said that the first duke runs a trading organization. She wondered where she was. The man slowly handed over the contract for the last investment. The young lady watched them closely. She was very curious, but she did not see anything. The man slowly brought a chest into the room and said that this product could cover the remainder. The young lady froze in shock as she saw a whole chest of diamonds. She froze looking at the chest as she saw that there was a symbol of a golden dragon. She knew that this symbol meant defeat. And this was a typical example of how very rich people lost their money due to poor investments. One expert said that this organization has a lot of money, but they tend to make strange investments. Despite the fact that they sell high-quality magic stones, it does not bring profit. He said that if they had listened to the advice of others even a little, then everything would not have been so sad for them. However, the head of the organization still had a lot of money left, and there were even rumors that he could be a dragon. The young lady stood frozen in shock as she looked at the Duke, wondering if this was all true, since in front of her now stood a dragon who, even with unsuccessful deals, remained rich. She looked at the Duke intently, as she could not believe that the dragon mark was displayed in such a visible place. She thought that he did not even intend to hide it. He looked at the assistant and asked what the status of the bank vault that was opened on behalf of the organization was. The man said that it was almost empty. The Duke smiled and said that soon the reputation of their organization would improve significantly. He was very glad that they invested in real estate. She froze for a moment and wondered if this was what she thought, because from her past life she remembered the incident of the exile, planning the city. It was because of this matter in her past life that the dragon trading organization went bankrupt. She knew that there was another person involved in this matter. The young lady was furious. She knew she had to stop the deal from happening. The assistant said that they could make a deal tomorrow afternoon, but it would still be nice to go today, since lately a lot of people wanted to get that neighborhood and they needed to hurry. The young lady was in shock, as she knew they were leaving. But a moment later, she cried out and said with a smile that she would also like to go with her grandfather. The Duke sighed heavily and told the young lady that he was very busy, but she knew she shouldn't just let him go. But a moment later, she was hysterical and screaming with tears in her eyes that she had to go with him. The butler looked at the young lady in surprise, as he knew that she had never been capricious. She grabbed the Duke's leg and screamed that she would not let him go. The Duke looked closely at the young lady, as he saw that something was wrong with her. He glanced sideways at the butler and asked if she always got into people like that. Elton said that she didn't usually act like that, and he didn't know it was coming at her today, and it was very strange. The Duke looked at the young lady intently and asked her what she was up to. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not know what to answer. She looked timidly at the Duke, because she did not know what to think of. Moments later, she said with a smile that he was very handsome, so she would like to go with him. The butler smiled and said that it was true, because the lady loved beautiful people very much, and for this reason she fell in love with the young Duke. The young lady was shocked. She mentally begged him to stop exaggerating. The young lady said sadly that it was not only that, because she had never had a grandfather, and her grandmother hated her. With tears in her eyes, she said that she just thought that this time she had a real grandfather, but he was already leaving quickly. The Duke sighed heavily and told the young lady to calm down and not cry. He looked at her intently and asked if she was really saying now that he was like a grandfather to her. She looked at him intently and with shining eyes said that everything was exactly like that. since she dreamed of a kind, gentle, and cool grandfather. He looked at her intently with a smile on his face, and since she seemed to him just an unpredictable child, he asked if she knew where he would take her. She looked at him with a smile on her face, and since she saw that her plan had come true, and the corners of his lips involuntarily rose, he looked at her with a smile and said that she could go with him. The butler was shocked. Looking at the gentleman, he asked if he would really take the young lady with him. The Duke looked at the butler in bewilderment and asked why he should lie. He told him to pack things quickly for the young lady. The young lady looked at the Duke intently, as she knew that everything only begins upon arrival. She knew that she had to try and prevent this scam. She was glad, as everything began very well. She wished them a safe journey with a smile. She knew that they would pass through one city, and on the way she should see the gate. She sighed heavily, because the road was very long. She saw that the foundation of the city was in full swing. She knew that this was a very high-profile case, the incident of which took up several pages in the newspapers, a major fraud, after which the Duke became a laughingstock for all people. It all happened under the name of the Golden Dragon Trading Organization, so the reputation of the Duke's family was not damaged. She looked closely at all the people present and wondered if they were all just putting on an act right now. The young lady knew that the scam was related to real estate development. The targets of the scam were mostly elderly people. They were sold plots of land that had no value. They were told that the land was very fertile and would be perfect for land ownership. They were told that the land would be built on. Behind the flattering words and promises, there was actually a wasteland hidden. She saw that now her grandfather was standing in front of her, who had fallen for this lie. Moreover, this fraud was completely unusual because it was a case where the entire city was sold by deception. The young man greeted the young lady with a smile. In the new city, the young lady looked at the young man closely, as she understood that the Duke's people were everywhere. The Duke looked at the young man closely and asked if he could inform him again. Noel said with a smile that Mutra-e was a small rural village. He looked into the distance and said that for now it was still a village, but soon everything would change, since a gate had been discovered there. The young lady looked at the young man intently and asked what he was talking about. He looked at her in surprise and asked if this was her first time riding through the gate. The Duke smiled and said that this was a very good opportunity for the young lady. He looked at the young man and asked him to tell her more about it. He said that it would not be a bad idea for her to know about owning a business in advance. He smiled and said that he understood everything and would tell her everything now. Free City of Bolin, the Blessed Land, which is connected by gates to 3 states, and can be considered the capital of the Alliance of 4 states, which is also a trading center. Noel looked at the young lady closely and said that this was the reason why the price of land in the city was very high. The young lady looked at him closely and asked if this was true. He said that although it was a small town, there was a constant flow of money and people. Many people would like to live in the capital, but there was not enough land, and even the most noble people wanted to buy a house in the city. He said that after the gates were opened in the city, the village was planned to be made a residential area of the city, and people who worked in the city could live there, or those who could not afford to buy a house in the city. The young lady was amazed, as she understood that this was a plan for a new city. She looked at those present with an admiring smile and said that it was simply incredible. She knew that everything could have been exactly like this if it had not been for the lies to all of them. The Duke looked at his subordinate and thanked him for explaining everything in simple terms. He looked at the young lady and said with a smile that they could take a walk around the village. They walked for a long time and looked at different places in the village, and also asked local residents about everything. They also met farmers and talked to them, but suddenly they witnessed an incident. The man was shouting furiously because he wanted to know when they would open, since he had been waiting since the morning. The lady looked at everyone present in surprise, since she did not understand why they were all gathered there. She noticed that they were gathered near the real estate office. The man shouted angrily and demanded to see what he had bought. She was surprised. She looked at the Duke and said that everyone was standing in line. She asked the grandfather if they should also stand in line, since she saw that they were all talking about real estate. Noel looked at the young lady intently and said with a smile that she did not need to worry, since those people wanted to buy at least some land, and their master did not need to stand in line among them. She looked at the Duke in surprise and asked why that was so. The Duke smiled and said that it seemed that the young lady was very interested in this matter. A moment later, he said that there was one nobleman who owned most of the land, and as soon as the gate was discovered, he immediately acquired most of the land in the village and even bought a huge vacant lot at the entrance to the village. But he had no funds based on the land. The Duke said that for this reason he would sell them, and he in turn would pay him over and above the original price. The young lady looked warily at the Duke and asked what the man's name was. The Duke thought for a moment, as he did not remember the man's name, but a moment later he said that he thought his name was Count Bariche. The young lady froze in shock when she heard the name. She was angry, as she knew that this fate was from her past life. Count Bariche was very angry, because she understood perfectly well that he was on her death list. He looked at the Duke and said that they could not wait until tomorrow and sign the treaty today. The Duke smiled and said that they could do that. The young lady was shocked. She knew that they just couldn't do that. A moment later, she ran up to the Duke and stopped him. He looked at her in surprise and asked what had happened. She looked intently at the Duke and said that she was very hungry. Noel looked closely at the young lady and said that small children usually had early dinners and that fasting at that age was bad for their health. The Duke looked at the young lady intently as he was taken aback and simply speechless. A moment later, he said with a smile that they could have a bite to eat and then get down to business. The young lady was glad as everything was going according to her plan. The lady greeted the guests who were visiting their hotel for the first time with a radiant smile. She smiled and said that she would prepare a suitable tasty dish for the little guest. Seafiel thanked the lady, but she knew that she had no time for food at all right now. Noel looked at Seafiel intently and asked if she didn't like the dish. Seafiel was taken aback and, looking at the man, said that everything was very tasty. She knew she had to somehow let them know that this contract was a scam, but she was puzzled because she didn't know how to do it. The young men looked closely at the owner of the establishment and said that she was in full dress today. She smiled and said that she would like to present them with a gift from the establishment for their regular guests who had come back from a business trip. The young lady, in turn, looked intently at the young man, as it seemed to her that she had seen him somewhere. She looked at him closely, frowning as she recalled where she might have seen him. A moment later, she realized that this was exactly what she needed. A few minutes later, the young lady screamed for all to hear. The Duke was taken aback, and looking at the young lady, he asked why she suddenly started crying. He did not understand what had happened to her. She was trembling, and with tears in her eyes, called her grandfather. She looked intently at the man sitting at the next table and screamed that he was a ghost. The Duke looked at the man in bewilderment and asked what she was talking about. The young lady, in turn, screamed that she was very scared and that they needed to leave quickly. Everyone present looked intently at the young man who was sitting at the next table. They did not understand what was happening and why there was suddenly such a noise. She said, looking at the man, that he was a ghost that was always haunting them. She said that first he was at the farm, and then he was standing at the real estate office, and he was very angry. She screamed that now he came here, and he was haunting them. The young lady screamed that she was sure the man was just a ghost. She looked closely at the Duke, for she knew that he was a very intelligent dragon, and would be able to guess that the man was just an actor. He looked at the young lady and asked if she was really saying that one day he was a farmer, and then he was one of those who made a fuss at the real estate office, and now he was the one who came from a trip. The Duke looked angrily at the young man who sat quietly. He said that this was very suspicious. The young man screamed and rose up with lightning speed. The young lady was shocked. She looked closely at the young man and screamed that he was running away. The Duke looked at his assistant and told him to grab the man. A few minutes later, the men were sitting tied up in the utility room. The Duke looked closely at the men and said that because of their different clothes, he did not immediately recognize them. He said that he noticed, however, that for a farmer, his hands were too neat and smooth. The Duke, with fury, leaned closer to the man and asked why he changed into different images and watched them. The man, in turn, screamed, because he was in pain. The Duke looked at the other man with a gray expression and said that the boy had run away with him, and it turned out that they were in cahoots. The young lady looked at the Duke intently and said that the inn had a strange kitchen. He looked at her in surprise, as he did not understand what she was talking about. Moments later, he looked at the young lady in bewilderment and asked if she hadn't been crying a few minutes ago. The young lady, in turn, had simply pretended to cry. She looked at the Duke intently and said, "Oh, everything is fine now." She thought for a moment and said, "It's very cold in the kitchen." She looked at the Duke and said that they had an uncle in the kitchen. The cook was always cooking something delicious, and it was always warm and cozy there. But here everything was very clean and cold, and it was very surprising. Noel looked at the Duke intently and said that it was true, as he had checked everything, and it turned out that all the kitchen utensils had never been used. The young lady thought for a moment and said that everything was as good as new. The Duke sighed heavily and said that it seemed that everything was indeed so. He said that in such an old hotel, as if the cook had not worked in vain, there should have been soot on the walls and the smell of food and rusty pots. The Duke looked angrily at the young man who sat next to him. Tied up, he said that the hotel was suspiciously clean. He read the document, and it said that the hotel had opened 10 years ago, but he could not believe that it was such an old dining room. The Duke looked at the young men with fury and asked how they had the audacity to lie to him. The lady thought for a moment, and looking at the Duke, asked if it could really be that everyone in the village was a ghost. She asked if it really meant that this was a ghost village. The Duke sighed heavily and said that he was sure that there were a lot of people here who had lied to them. He looked closely at his assistant and asked if that was really the case. The Duke looked at the young men with fury and said that it was not a problem, because he could beat the whole truth out of them. He looked at them intently and told his assistant to take her away from the lady in reality, since there would now be a spectacle that should not be seen by minors. The young people looked at the Duke with caution and fear. Some time later, the young man confessed that they were actors. He said that they were sent from the Thieves' Guild. Another man said that in the Free City many people do this kind of thing. He said that they were told that they had to pretend for a while and live in the village like the local people. He said that they were taught everything in the basement of that real estate office. The young lady looked at the young men closely, as she thought that they were new to the guild since they confessed everything so quickly. A fraudulent scheme that involved populating an abandoned village with fake residents, namely actors from the Thieves' Guild, in order to create the appearance of a successful, vibrant village. The Duke looked sharply at his assistant and said that they needed to sort this all out as soon as possible. The young lady looked at the Duke intently and said with a smile that she would also like to go with him. He looked at her in surprise, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. He asked if she knew what he was going to do. She looked at him with a radiant smile and said that she knew, since he was going to punish the bad people. She smiled and said that she would go with him in order to protect him. She knew that the swindler was no pushover either, so she couldn't send her grandfather alone. Noel looked at the gentleman intently and asked if it wouldn't be better if the young lady stayed with him at the inn. He said that he just didn't think that this trip would have a positive effect on the young lady's psyche. Z froze in place. She expected a good verdict. The Duke sighed heavily and said that he would take her, the lady, with him. He said that no matter how small she was, her merits should not be ignored, because she was the first to suspect something was wrong in this village. He looked at the young lady closely and said that everything would be fine. He came back and said that she had become the child of their family, so she needed to be raised strong. The young lady looked at the Duke intently. She was glad that he agreed with her, and she was also pleased to hear such things from him. In order to find out everything properly, some time later they arrived at the real estate office. The young lady looked at the Duke and said that it was locked. She did not understand how they would get in. The Duke looked at his subordinate and told him to open the door. The young man smiled and said that it took longer than usual, as his hands were unaccustomed to such work. The young lady looked at him in surprise, as he did everything very quickly. The Duke looked at the lady and told her to be quiet. He said she should follow him, but she should do it very quietly so that the sound of her shoes would not be heard. She looked at him and said that she understood everything, and in that case, she would go barefoot. The young man looked after them intently. He hoped that they would get there safely. A moment later, the Duke stopped and said that they had arrived. He said that the sound was coming from the next room. The young lady, in turn, was taken aback and accidentally collided with the Duke. She did not expect him to stop so quickly. The Duke froze for a moment as he heard the people in the room talking, drinking to the successful signing of tomorrow's treaty. They were happy because another similar contract was coming into their hands. They wanted to seize the moment. The young lady looked at the young man intently. She saw his cheeky smile, his cute but somehow strangely cold face. Number 9 in the young lady's death note was a count. She knew his real name was Felix de Allegro. The second man in the royal family, her damn uncle. He said with a satisfied grin that things were going very smoothly. The young man glanced sideways at the count and congratulated him in advance on his successful completion. He became quiet for a moment and said that there was one point in this operation that was disappointing. The count looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. He said that since this was a real estate transaction, in order to get a large sum, they would have to wait for the balance to be paid off. The money turnover was a bit slow. The count smiled and told the gentleman to be a little patient, since the money would eventually come to them. The count smiled and said that he simply could not express how grateful he was to that stupid idiot. Everyone looked at the count and said that he was right, since it was all thanks to them. He smiled and said that, nevertheless, this operation had been a success thanks to Mr. Barrich. The count said that it was all true, since you in particular, thanks to a particularly large catch, he managed to cover a large amount of money that needed to be paid to the Thieves' Guild. He smiled and said that he couldn't even believe that everything was so simple. The young lady was furious, since she understood that now her uncle was talking about her grandfather. The young man looked at the count with a gaze and said with a smile that his swindler skills were simply outstanding. The young lady could see that her grandfather was very angry right now. The Duke looked at all of them present and said with a smile that they could look at the contract for the land they had recently sold. The young man smiled and said that they could do that, since there were really a lot of idiots who had signed those contracts. They didn't even realize that it was just a useless wasteland. Safiel looked at the Duke intently, as she understood the reason for his anger. They said that to be from a noble family, one must have at least one vile uncle or aunt, and the Count had no equal among the most vile relatives. The Count, in turn, was involved in real estate fraud, stock manipulation, and even buying and selling contraband. He committed all sorts of atrocities because he had enough money to maintain his dignity and because he felt inferior to others. In a word, he is a truly immoral person. In a few years, he will commit even more serious operations, fraud with investments in government projects. This is the incident where her father foolishly promised to guarantee the wrong investment goods on behalf of the family, thus sending the lives of ordinary people into complete ruin. The cause of this incident was the young Count. In her past life, when she was in prison and couldn't do anything, Safiel knew she couldn't just stand by and watch innocent people suffer. The young lady was furious, as she knew perfectly well that people like him deserved to be punished to the fullest extent. She knew perfectly well that he could not even imagine that the person he was trying to rob was a dragon. The Duke looked intently at the young lady as she called him softly. He looked at her intently, as if her gaze was saying that this swindler needed to be punished. He looked at the young lady with a smile, for he understood her at a glance. A moment later, everyone present froze in place in surprise as they saw a young man suddenly enter their room. The Count was very angry, because he did not know who had suddenly entered their room without warning. The Duke looked at the Count with fury and asked if he wasn't tired of playing the swindler. The Count was taken aback and looked at the young man with a smile and asked what brought him to them, since the date for signing the contract was only tomorrow. The Count smiled, as he did not understand why such a noble man came to such a wretched place. The Duke looked closely at the Count and sighed heavily, and said that he was indeed a shameless man. The Duke looked at the Count with fury and said that now that he knew the truth, the Count could drop the pretense. The Count, in turn, looked at him with a grin and said that he understood everything. He said that it seemed that the young master had come because he wanted to pay the rest at once. He asked how urgently he needed to get to those lands. He smiled and said that at first he was so shocked, he thought his heart would stop. The Duke looked at him with fury and told him to stop. The Duke said that he wanted to talk about those actors that the Count sent. He said that he heard the Count say that he sent them from the Thieves' Guild. The Duke looked at the Count with fury and told him to answer immediately. He wanted to know what kind of affairs the Count had introduced. The Count was taken aback. He did not understand why the young man's gaze became even harsher. The Earl smiled and asked him what he meant. He said he was just trying to make the land deal easier. The Duke looked at him with fury and asked him what that meant. The Earl said he was offering him something he didn't have. Only that would be a lie. He said that, but he never lied to him. The young lady looked closely at the documents. The Count, with a grin, told the young man that he should not doubt that he was the owner of this land. The Count asked if it was not natural that later he, as the owner, would want to develop this land and turn it into a city. He smiled and said with a sly grin that he was just trying to help him get this ready-made city faster. It was as shameless as possible. They looked at the Count intently, as they were very angry. The Count looked at the Duke in surprise and asked if he had said something wrong. He said that it was true that the gates had been discovered in the city, and the Duke had seen it himself. The Count looked at the Duke with a contemptuous grin and said that no matter what, he would not be able to return the initial payment. The young lady in turn looked at the Duke with fury, for she saw that the swindler had not betrayed himself. Her position as a drunk in her past life was not very good. Everyone called her names and called her the scapegoat of the royal family. Everyone despised and ignored her, calling her a cursed child. But then the Count was different from the others. The Count looked closely at the young lady and said with a smile that his niece had done a very good job. For her, who had lived her whole life in ignorance, he was the first adult who showed warmth to her, and she, like a fool, believed in his kindness. The reason why the scammers showed good intentions towards people was simply because they had only one thought in mind, that they should take advantage of other people. Unfortunately, the young lady did not know about this at the time. However, even such a swindler the king abandoned when he became useless, because for him, except for his sons, no one is important. Of course, the Count was not one to back down so easily. He tricked her into revealing the password to the king's safe. He said goodbye to her joyfully, as if he never wanted to meet her again. The Count, in turn, happily ran away, and the punishment of the angry king awaited her. She was not fed for a whole week, and she was terribly hungry, and, unfortunately, there was no encouragement. Rumor has it that he bought himself an island back then and lived like he was in paradise. She sighed heavily as her blood pressure jumped after such memories. However, she knew that he should be grateful to her for only placing him in 9th place in her death note. She knew that there were enough people who were worse than him. She knew that perhaps he would have lived peacefully in this life. But now that was not the case, because, unfortunately, he met her on his way. And she, in turn, understood perfectly well that she could not just let him go unpunished. The Count, in turn, looked at the young lady with intent and wary eyes. The young lady looked at the Duke intently and said with a smile that it would be okay if he invested more money, as the gate was very, very good. The Duke looked at the young lady in surprise and asked why she was suddenly saying such a thing. He did not understand what was on her mind. She smiled and said that it was very good, because the people from their house would also live there. She smiled and said that everyone would gather and go through them together. She smiled and asked how many people there would be in total. He looked at her in surprise and said that he had no idea what she was talking about now. The young man was taken aback and said that sometimes children ask such sudden, meaningless questions. But he still asked permission to answer her question. She said that if you count the servants and soldiers, there are about 300 of them, and the total number of people is even more. She smiled and said that she has many family members. She asked if they could all pass through this gate together. The Count hesitated, not knowing what to answer. The young lady thought for a moment. As expected, her memories were correct, as there was a limit on the number of people that could pass through this gate per day, and thus it was considered an unfinished gate. It is true that the ancient dragon created them, but for some reason they were unfinished. They were of little use, so they were sealed for a long time. The Count, in turn, tried to finish them. In the past, the Golden Dragon Trading Company bought a lot of land around the gate, but then they found out that its capacity was only 100 people per day. When this fact became known to the company and it experienced great difficulties, it even went bankrupt due to bad credit history, the young lady knew that she had to stop this deal. Noel looked at the gentleman with a puzzled expression and said that, unfortunately, there was no time to examine the efficiency of the gate in detail, since the Count urged him to buy the land as soon as possible and said that otherwise there could be big problems. The Duke sighed heavily. He said that he was confident in the ancient dragon's technology, but it was his fault that he did not check everything properly. He said that if he had checked everything thoroughly, then this would not have happened. The young lady looked at the Duke intently and said with a smile that it was all right, since he had done just fine, and if he thought a few more times, he would understand everything. She knew that since he was a dragon, he probably knew about the magic tools. The Duke looked at the Count intently and said that they could go and check together how many people could eventually pass through this gate. The Count was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. The Duke looked intently at the Count and said that, looking at his expression, it was clear to him that the Count was deceiving him too. The Count was in shock. He did not understand how they dared to arrest him. He shouted that he would go with them and asked to prepare a carriage. The Duke said angrily that he must go and see the gate with his own eyes. Noel looked at the gentleman intently and said that after checking the problem with the capacity of people, all the accomplices were taken into custody. The young lady looked at her uncle intently. She was glad that his scam had been exposed. The Duke looked closely at the meat and said that he must now return the down payment. The Duke looked closely at the Count and asked how he planned to return the money. The Count was taken aback and said that if he was given a little time, he would be able to repay everything. The Duke looked at the young man with fury and asked if he could really fix everything in such a situation. The young lady, in turn, looked intently at the young men, but a moment later, she told her grandfather that he should not worry. She smiled and said that there was a person who could return the money instead of the Count. The Duke looked at the young lady in bewilderment and asked who she meant. The young lady looked at her uncle intently and called him. She looked at him puzzled and asked why he pretended not to know her. She sighed heavily and said that he recognized her. The young lady looked at the Count intently. She knew perfectly well that it was simply impossible that the cunning swindler had not recognized her. She knew perfectly well that he knew of her existence even in this life. The Count looked at the young lady intently. He saw white hair, red eyes like ruby. She understood perfectly well that it was obvious to him now who she really was. She knew that he had even heard the news that an escaped rat had entered the duchy. The Count looked at the young lady with a grin and said that this was becoming very funny. The young lady froze in place after his words. Moments later, he screamed and ran. He shouted that he really didn't know anything. The Duke looked at him closely and said that it was useless to run now. The young woman was in shock. She didn't understand where he was running. The Duke's assistant ran after the young Count and shouted for him to stop immediately. A moment later, Noel was captured. He was in shock, did not understand what had happened. The young lady, in turn, froze in place, as something was burning her eyes. She was in shock, as she saw a strange color of smoke. Noel looked at everyone present and said that it was a trap, and they had to evacuate quickly. A moment later, strangers burst into the room, shouting that the Count needed to be saved immediately. The young lady looked closely at the people. She saw that they were the actors who had been in the city earlier. She was shocked because she realized that the Count had managed to send them a signal. She saw that this smoke was similar to the magical tear gas reagent. A moment later, the young lady fell down, feeling dizzy. The Count, in turn, caught the young lady and looked at the Duke with a grin. The Duke, in turn, rushed furiously towards the young lady. He shouted, but it was all in vain, since she did not hear him. Seafiel was puzzled. Her head was spinning, and she wondered if she was now a prisoner of the Count. But a moment later, she opened her eyes and saw a bright light. She was taken aback, as she did not understand what was happening. She was in shock, as she felt like her body was floating in the air. She looked at the Duke in surprise as she was flying straight into his hands. The Duke looked closely at the young lady and said with a smile that everything was fine now, and she had no need to worry. The Count was in shock. He shouted that it was simply impossible. He was puzzled and did not understand how the smoke was able to gradually disappear. The Duke looked at the Count with fury and asked if he was ready to suffer the punishment he deserved. The Duke looked at the young man with fury because he dared to bring the young lady to tears. The Count, in turn, froze in place from shock. He was trembling because he understood that a severe punishment awaited him. The Duke looked at the young man with fury and said that in working with his people, he tried not to use his personal energy. He walked slowly up to the Count and said angrily that, fortunately for him, he had an excuse. The Count froze in shock as the man's fist flew past him and crashed into the wall. He wondered in confusion if the dragon had too much energy. He understood perfectly well that if he did something wrong now, he could really die. He understood perfectly well that he needed to run as quickly as possible. The Duke's assistant slowly approached the Count and with a grin asked if he was really trying to escape again. The Count froze in shock. He couldn't move. The Duke looked at the young lady closely and called her. He said that she must look carefully. He smiled and said that she should remember what would happen to someone who hurt his family's child. Seafiel looked at the door intently, as there were loud sounds coming from behind the door. She glanced sideways at the Duke's assistant and asked if it was okay to do this to the Count. He smiled and said that it was okay, and she didn't need to worry about it, as it didn't contradict the peace agreement. She looked at him intently and asked if the main thing was that he didn't die. He smiled and said that she was absolutely right. He said that the gentleman was one of those who knew ways to torture people without bringing them to death. He sighed heavily and said that sometimes, unfortunately, half of them still die. The young lady froze in shock as she understood what he was talking about. A moment later, she shouted that this could not be allowed. The young man looked at her in surprise and said that she must be more careful. The young lady looked at the door and shouted at her grandfather that he must leave the Count and that he must not be killed at all. She said that no matter how angry he was, he must not cause him too much harm. Noel looked at the young lady intently. He wondered if she was saying such things now because it was her uncle. A moment later, she shouted that they needed to get back the money he had spent first. She said that if he died, they would not get the money. Noel O stood still as he now understood the real reason for her worries. She knew that his forgiveness could only be completed after receiving the money. She knew that she should never believe his words, since she knew what he had told her before. She understood perfectly well that now she could repay him with the same method that he taught her. The young lady called her grandfather and said that he should look at what she had picked up. The Duke read the note and realized that it was from the moneylenders. Seafiel S. said that they could call the people who were mentioned in the note, since her uncle could borrow money from them and pay him back. Noel looked at the note in surprise. Moments later, he said that it was a private credit company, and they say that their holdings are very large all over the continent. He smiled and said that this place is especially famous for the fact that it will get its money back by any means necessary if the debtor does not pay by the end of the term. The Duke thought for a moment and said that it seemed that they were extending a helping hand, but were doing wrong if they did not pay on time. The Duke looked at the Count closely and said that his limbs were intact. He wondered if the Count would do as collateral. A moment later, the young lady called her grandfather. The Duke's face changed with lightning speed and asked the young lady what she wanted. Seafiel looked at the contract. She asked the Duke what a penalty was. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she really cared to know what it was. He smiled and said that he would now explain to her so that she would understand. He said that if promises made during a deal are not fulfilled, the person who broke the promises must pay the other party money. She smiled and said that she understood everything. A moment later, the young lady voiced an article from the Law on Real Estate Transactions. The Duke and Earl froze in place in shock. They did not expect her to say something like that. The young lady looked at everyone present and said with a smile that she had once read this information in a book. The Duke, in turn, looked at the young lady with his jaw open, but a moment later he burst into uncontrollable laughter, and Seafiel looked at him intently. The Duke smiled as he looked at the young lady and said that she was the child of his family. He said that she was really very funny and clever. The Duke looked sideways at his assistant and told him not to rush to call the moneylenders. He said that, before that, he needed to get something from the Count. The Duke said he would like to receive from the Count a receipt renouncing the body, as well as an agreement on the transfer of the land. The young lady looked at the Duke intently. She knew that the dragon was truly terrible when angry. In this way, the Golden Dragon Company was able to seize lands near the trading district and also got a lot of money. She was happy, as they killed two birds with one stone. Noel and the Duke watched the young lady closely. They thought she was having a very good dream. The next morning, the young lady was having a great time at the hotel. She thought with a smile that taking a bath after being punished for bad deeds was just a great idea. She knew that when she returned, she would cross out another name from her book. A moment later, the maid entered the bath and asked the young lady if she had finished her bath. The young lady, in turn, was taken aback as she had heard that Noel's wife was coming. She was struck by her beauty. The young lady, in turn, was very surprised when she learned that the young man had two more daughters. Madame looked at the young lady closely and asked with a smile if she liked it here. Sophia, with a radiant smile, said that she liked everything very much. She smiled and said that the room was spacious and big. Madame quietly asked the young lady if she knew that this was the most expensive hotel in the city. The young lady was taken aback and asked if it was true. She was shocked because she realized that this hotel was the coolest and most expensive. She was happy because her grandfather was the best in the world. Noel looked at the young lady intently and said that he had sent a telegram to the duchy and said that they would be there in a few days. But unfortunately, there was one small problem. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. He said that he had received a reply saying that the maids were very angry. They were furious because they knew it was too late, and they didn't know who could take care of the young lady except them. Madame looked closely at her husband and asked with a smile why they were worried when she was there. He looked at his husband with bewilderment and said that the maid would be more disappointed if she heard these words. The young lady, in turn, looked at them intently as she saw that they were a very good couple. In any case, she had successfully prevented the fraud and was now feeling relieved. The Duke looked closely at the young lady and called her. Sophia looked at the Duke in surprise, as she did not understand why he was calling her. A moment later, she froze in place in shock as she saw many gifts. Noel looked at the Duke in surprise and asked where all the gifts were from. The Duke looked away and said that he had brought them all. The young lady, in turn, froze in shock on the spot. The Duke said that he was passing by the shop and remembered the young lady, and for this reason he bought all this. The young lady froze in surprise. She wondered if he was just passing by. She looked closely at the gifts and said, "From the packaging onwards, they are all very beautiful." The Duke said sheepishly that he could buy her many more such gifts. The young lady froze in place in surprise, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. She pushed all her thoughts aside more easily, because she knew that she needed to stop thinking about such things. She looked at the Duke intently and said with a smile that she did not need 1,000 gifts. One would be enough for her. She smiled a radiant smile and said that it was all because this gift was from her grandfather. The Duke in turn froze in embarrassment. Looking at the young lady, he was surprised. A moment later, he sighed heavily and told his assistant that the reason why he bragged so much when he gave gifts to his daughters, he finally understood. He smiled and asked, should this not be passed on to him? The Duke smiled and said that it was certainly so. The Duke looked closely at the young lady and said with a smile that her contribution to this matter was great. He thanked her for her help. The young lady froze for a moment. As it was the first time she had received such a compliment, she knew it was too late to act silly and childish. She smiled and said that she was a genius, and she was simply stating the obvious. There was a dead silence in the room. She froze in surprise and wondered what the reaction was. She was worried that such an answer would not suit them. She hoped someone would say something now. The Duke looked at the young lady and smiled and said that it was true and she was right, because he had heard the butler talk endlessly about the young lady being a prodigy, and even he thought she was gifted. He smiled and said that he was the new child of their family. He certainly should be. A moment later, and the young lady became embarrassed. The young man looked at everyone present and said with a smile that it was time for a meal. The Duke smiled and said that this was the end of the praise and they needed to have a snack. She smiled and agreed with him. Sophia froze in place in surprise, as she had only heard about the elite restaurant of the Free City before. The young lady was very happy because she understood that she had met to her fill. The Duke looked hard at the lady and said that she could tell him she wanted more, and he would order as much as she wanted. The young lady looked at him in surprise, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. Moments later, she asked why he had not touched his food. She sighed heavily and said that his expression was sad. He sighed heavily and said that it was impossible to hide anything from her. Looking at the young lady, he said that he was thinking about the recent incident, since the scammer was caught and everything ended successfully. But this is not the first time he has been deceived like this. He sighed heavily and said that he thought it would be better for him to leave the business before things got too bad. The young lady froze in shock and surprise. She wondered if the great dragon and the first duke had lost their confidence. She was shocked because she didn't expect to hear such a thing from him. She looked at her grandfather intently and asked with a smile if he wanted to know her opinion, namely about how she had uncovered the recent fraud. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she hadn't said that she had found out everything because she was a genius. She sighed heavily and looked away in my direction, since hearing that from others was somehow not very good. She sighed heavily and said that everything was true, but there was something else. She looked at the Duke intently and said that the reason he was often deceived was because he was very kind. The Duke froze in surprise. He did not expect to hear such a thing. She looked at him intently and said that, in fact, she was not a genius. She said that if there was a defect in the gate, he would have noticed it immediately. The Duke looked at her in bewilderment, asked what she meant. She said that if the gate was in good condition, without any defects, then the mayor of the city would not have left everything as it was. The Duke looked at the young lady in surprise and asked if she was really talking about the man who ruled the city by proxy. He said that the man was full of greed. He asked the young lady if she was really talking about him being deceived because he was too kind and didn't suspect anything. She looked at the Duke intently and said that it was exactly like that. He froze in place in surprise. But the young lady, with a smile on her face, said that he shouldn't be too upset. She looked at him intently, as if she realized that he did not understand her words. She learned that the selfishness of humans is to use everyone and everything to the very end, even if it means someone's death, and they can risk everything for their own benefit. Human greed is to maintain power at any cost. She knew that the Dragon Duke is a creature that is naturally alien to such things. People sometimes committed unthinkable acts because of their disgusting selfishness. She looked at him intently and said that she now knew for sure. He looked at her in surprise, asked what she was talking about. She sighed heavily as she understood perfectly well why the Golden Dragon Company had failed, although it had good conditions. She sighed heavily and said that people are different from dragons. Predators hunt and eat prey only when necessary. She sighed heavily and said that, unfortunately, people are not like that, because no matter how full they are, they will never stop hunting. And that is human greed. She looked at him intently and with a smile asked if he understood her now. He looked at the young lady and said that she was not only a child prodigy, but also very knowledgeable about this world. He was shocked. He did not understand where she came from. He smiled and said that there was one thing he wanted to ask her. She smiled and said that he could ask anything. He sighed heavily and said that if kindness was his only weakness, he asked what he could do to correct that flaw. The young lady froze in surprise on the spot. She wondered if he was really asking her for advice now. She knew that usually people of such a high status did not like advice from a person of a lower status or a younger age. She looked at him intently and wondered if he was really looking for her advice with those hopeful eyes. She thought for a moment and said that she had once read about something in a book. She said that it was normal for the person heading the company not to have all-powerful abilities, but he should have enough foresight to hire trustworthy, talented employees. The Duke looked at her intently and said with a smile that in that case, he had one more question. She looked at the young lady and asked what she would do with the land that now belonged to him. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. He said he wondered if it would be a good idea to sell it for a low price if there was a buyer, and he would give back his down payment. He looked at her, asked her what she would do. The young lady screamed and said that this was simply unacceptable. She said that he should not do this. She screamed that it would bring him money. He looked at her in surprise and asked if the useless land would really bring him money. The young lady shouted that it was worth it. She looked at the Duke intently and said with a smile that he should just trust her, since she knew how to make money on such land. He looked at the young lady in surprise and asked what she was talking about now. She looked at him intently and said that he should listen to her carefully. He asked in surprise if she was really suggesting that he do something like this. She smiled and said that it was exactly like that. He said that everything was decided and he would do as she said. She looked at her in surprise, asked where he was going. She said that it would definitely bring him money. She asked him to believe her at least this time. She asked him to listen to her. The Duke looked closely at his assistant and called him. He told him to send the news to the duchy immediately. The Duke said that the fate of the young lady was at stake now. She sighed heavily as she realized that she seemed to have annoyed her grandfather too much. The young man looked at the Duke in surprise and asked if he really needed to ask them to take the nth lady. The Duke said that this was not the case, and he should inform them that she was staying in the city as she would be working with him. He said they should let her know she wouldn't be returning to the duchy yet, and they should be kept informed. The young man sighed and said that it seemed like the young lady's maids would be in shock. The Duke thought about the young lady's plan, which she had recently told him. She said that he could build an amusement park on this land. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she really meant the recreation area. She smiled and said that that was exactly it. She smiled and said that he should just imagine, since he would be the first person in the world to build such a big amusement park. She smiled and said that it would be really cool. He said that for to build such a big park, a huge investment was required. He said that she should understand that business is not a joke. She sighed heavily and said that he should listen to her till the end. A moment later, the young lady explained to him the whole plan for building the park. She smiled and said that there would be glittering rides that would go on day and night, luxury hotels, and shopping malls. She said there would also be a luxury pastry shop there. He sighed heavily and said that it was simply a wonderful idea, since the pastry shop would attract a lot of attention due to its style. He sighed heavily and said that, unfortunately, the gates only let in and out 100 a day, and that was very little. And even if they attracted people's attention, they still ran into a limit. He said that this project would cost a pretty penny, and when they put these factors together, they realized that the project would not pay off. He said that for this reason, her plan was useless. She looked at him intently and said that it was not so. Since it would be a paradise on earth where 100 people could enter daily, she said with a grin that it would be to their advantage. The Duke's assistant looked at him intently and said that he had listened to everything carefully and had also made sketches and was very surprised, since he realized that the young lady had come up with this project. The Duke sighed heavily and said that this also concerned him. The young man said that the idea was indeed good. He did not understand how she came up with this plan. The young lady thought about this situation with a smile, since she was just a deceiver from the future, thanks to the quick work of the Duke and his assistant. After the incident, things went like home. However, there was something that was bothering her very much, and that was the mayor. He looked closely at the documents as he learned about the Golden Dragon Company. He wondered if this was the company that laundered money. He knew that they had magic stones of pretty good quality, but they didn't sell them on a large scale. And besides, they never showed good results. It was a company that was too greedy for its money. He saw that there was a clear offer of cooperation, but he did not understand what motive was driving him. He was very interested in what they would ask for, but after reading the documents, he thought that it was completely ridiculous. The young man looked at the mayor in surprise and asked what seemed funny to him. He asked if something was really not written in the contract. The mayor looked at the young man and told him to look at the documents himself. After reading the documents, the young man burst out laughing. He couldn't believe that they were going to build such a big amusement park in this place. He said that it was a truly stupid plan. The mayor frowned and said that this was simply an absurd plan, but he did not understand why it was necessary to write out detailed details about the cooperation. He didn't understand why he was being offered such an absurd plan for cooperation that would ultimately fail. He knew that this was very alarming to him, since the land there was practically abandoned, but he wondered why he should not believe in his plan. He knew that their city was a free economic city, and so they promised to cooperate with the small city in the plan to create a recreation area. The young lady looked at her grandfather and asked if he had contacted the mayor as she had requested. He said that he had, but he still could not understand why they would ask the mayor for cooperation. She looked at the Duke intently, a smile on her face. Seafield knew that this was necessary because there was information that only she had, since a few years later Moricon and Vitego S would become partners, after which Allegro and Balut will start running a joint business, and naturally, this will affect other families. In such a situation, the greedy mayor would sense that the Golden Dragon business had potential, and here the answer was obvious. She knew that now that the bribe was in his hands, he wouldn't be able to resist the business. She knew that they had just nipped the problem in the bud. Thus, they began to implement this plan in full, and the month flew by unnoticed. The Duke looked closely at the young lady and said that he had been informed that the builders had already begun preparing the site today. She was surprised that everything was happening so quickly. She looked at him intently and asked if it meant the park would be ready soon. He smiled and said that they would really hope the builders finished quickly. The young lady wondered if he would be as she had imagined him. He looked at her intently and with a smile wished her a good journey and said that he would visit her in a few days. The young lady was returning to the duchy after a month of absence. She didn't think at all that it would take so long. The young lady was taken aback and saw the maids approaching her. The maids looked at the young lady intently and said they had missed her very much. She smiled and said she had missed her too. Barry looked at the young lady intently, breathing heavily. She asked if this was a dream. The young lady saw that the maid was very bored. She looked closely at her maid, as she was pleased that someone missed her. A moment later, she threw herself into her arms and said that she had missed her very much. The maid said, "Young lady, that she has grown a lot in the last month." She smiled and said that it was not so, and because of the hard life she had aged a little. A moment later, she heard someone calling her. Everyone surrounded the young lady with joyful smiles and greeted her. They presented her with joyful smiles. Seafield was surprised. She didn't expect to be greeted like this. The butler looked closely at the young lady and said with a smile that she had finally returned. She looked at the butler in surprise, as she did not expect to hear. He smiled and said that they had been waiting for her for a long time. He smiled and said that everyone in the mansion was on edge, and everyone said that they missed her very much. He smiled and said that she came back just in time. The young lady looked at him intently, as she felt very strange. She felt as if she had returned to a real family. The butler looked at her in surprise, as she froze in place. She was taken aback and said that she had been thinking for a while. Seafield smiled as she looked at everyone present and said that she was finally home. The maid asked the young lady how her trip with her master had gone, for when she had learned that Seafield would be staying in the city for a whole month, she had almost fainted at the news. She sighed heavily and said that she was not usually so impulsive. She said that it seemed that the young lady liked the gentleman very much. She was excited and bombarded her with questions, because she wanted to know if she was in any pain and if she had eaten well. The young lady smiled and said that she was fine. The maid said that without the young lady, the mansion was empty. She looked closely at the young lady and asked what had prevented her from returning earlier, as she was very worried because the gentleman had not told her the reason. The young lady, in turn, omitted the story a little, but said that she and the gentleman had gone into business. Marie looked closely at the young lady and asked if she had been eating her daily snacks, as she had lost so much weight. She looked closely at the young lady, asked who put her to bed for dinner. She asked if the nanny took good care of her. The young lady, in turn, knew perfectly well that she was very busy and did not even sleep at lunchtime every day. Seafield looked closely at the maid and said with a smile that she was fine. She understood that a lie for the good does not count. The maid looked at the young lady with tears in her eyes and said that she knew that this was how it was. She said parenting books said that health was a child's top priority. The young lady was taken aback and cried out that she had been well taken care of. The maid looked at the young lady intently and wondered if she really meant to say that everyone was doing just fine without her care. The young lady was taken aback and said that she didn't need anyone except the two of them, but it was too late. Seafield looked at the maids closely and said with a smile that she felt a little lonely without the two of them. She saw that her maids melted before her eyes. Barry looked intently at the young lady and said that she had a surprise for the lady. The young lady looked at the maid in surprise, as she did not understand what she was talking about. The maid smiled and said that she was sure she would definitely like this surprise. A moment later, the young lady entered the room and froze in surprise as she saw the cookie house. She froze in surprise as she knew it was a real pastry shop. For the first time, she saw something in real life, and not in a fairy tale book. She was happy and screamed that her dream had come true. The maid looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she seemed to like the gift, and she was sure that the master was as happy as she was. She looked at the maid in surprise and asked if this gift had really been given to her by her grandfather. Marie smiled and said that it was exactly like that, and he had prepared everything for the date of her arrival. Seafiel was surprised, because she did not expect such a thing. Now she realized that he remembered her words. She knew that when her grandfather returned, she would definitely have to thank him in return. She thought that she should let others try a piece of the famous pastry house. She looked closely at the maids as she realized that, unfortunately, she had no friends. But a moment later, she remembered that she had one friend. She thought about it because she didn't think that that child considered her as his friend. She wanted to ask the maids about the young master. But suddenly, a maid burst into the room and shouted that they had a big problem. She looked at the maids and said that the young master was having a fit. She shouted that his condition had worsened, and she didn't think he could cope alone. The young lady looked at the maid with concern and asked if he was really ill and in pain. Marie looked at the young ladies and said that the young gentleman had a chronic illness. She said that if the pain of growing taller children is not so severe, then his pain is much more painful. She said that he has not had attacks for a long time, but in recent days he has been in bad condition. Leaving with the maid, she said that the young lady does not need to worry too much, and they will take care of everything. The young lady looked after them intently, for she knew that he was in great pain. She was puzzled and did not know how she could help him. A few days later, the Duke arrived at the estate, and the young lady happily ran out to greet him. He looked at her intently and asked with a smile if she was glad to see him a few days later. She smiled and said that she had missed him very much. The butler looked at the gentleman intently, for he knew that the young lady had him all to herself. The Duke asked the young lady if the butler had told her that there might be cases when he had not returned for years. The young lady sighed heavily and said that for this reason she was very afraid that her grandfather would not come. The Duke looked at the butler with fury. The Duke smiled, and looking at the young lady, said that he had returned quickly and safely. He said that he needed to tell her something. She looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. The young lady looked at the Duke intently. She did not know what he was going to tell her. She did not understand why he was silent for so long. Seafiel wondered if she should ask first. She looked at him intently and thanked him with a smile for making the pastry for her. She said that she was very happy with such a gift. He smiled and said that he was very pleased that she liked it. He looked at her closely and said that, as she had said, he thought he needed an advisor, and one he badly needed. He smiled and said that he wished he had someone there to give him advice. She smiled and said that she was very glad that he was taking advantage of her advice. He smiled and said that for this reason, he had already chosen the right person. He looked at her intently and said that this was the man who was sitting in front of him now. The young lady froze in place in surprise, as she did not believe that it could be her. He smiled and said that it was she, and no one else was better suited for this role. He smiled and said that he would like to appoint her as an advisor to his company, the Golden Dragon. The Duke said that of course he would pay her a salary. The young lady perked up after hearing about the salary. She knew she could save enough money to support herself even after the divorce. She could already smell the money. For a moment, she thought, as she remembered her family's visit. She asked the Duke if she could take the book. He smiled and said that it was all thanks to her, and now she could do whatever she wanted. He said that it seemed like he had taken something very valuable from her family. She thought that the Duke did not know that the book began with, "This book was a relic of the Queen of the White Elves, which would be of great value in the future." She knew that if she could sell it, it would be a big plus to her salary, and she would never die of hunger. A moment later, the Duke handed her an envelope and told her to open it. He looked at her intently and said that it was now her calling card. She was surprised and asked what she should do with it. He smiled and said she could just press it once. She froze in surprise as she noticed the raccoon. He smiled and asked if she liked it. The Duke said that from now on, she could put her seal on everything she considered, and then they would remain as her achievements and merits. The young lady froze in place in surprise, as she did not expect such a thing. She knew that in her past life, she was used locked in a dungeon. To learn about corruption and finance, she was forced to write about it. Unfortunately, there was no proper education or reward, and she was just a tool who did whatever he was told. She sighed heavily and said that she was no longer an instrument. She looked at the Duke intently and asked if she would really be getting a salary. He smiled and said that of course she would be getting a salary since they had even prepared her employment contract. He looked at her intently and said that her salary was 1 silver a month. She was taken aback as it was less than she thought. She thought that she would need to buy very small quantities of treats to save money. She thought for a moment about what she had eaten during the day. The young lady thought about all the desserts she had eaten. She was shocked because it turned out that she ate too much. She understood that if you deduct her expenses from her salary, then even if she received a lot, in the end there would be nothing left. She knew she had other plans. Besides the salary she never expected, she wondered what was important in this life. She looked closely at the Duke, because she understood that the most important person was the patron. She knew that after the divorce, her husband would not be able to completely abandon her. The Duke looked at her in surprise and asked if she really didn't want to be a worker in the company. She smiled and said that it was not so, and she would accept his proposal. He asked if she was satisfied with the salary. She sighed heavily as she realized that he was very smart. She sighed heavily and said that it was a little small, but since it was his request, she would be happy to help him. She smiled and said that the most important thing for her was to trust her grandfather, since they were family. The Duke froze in surprise, but a moment later he laughed. She looked at her intently and asked if he was laughing at her. He smiled and said that she was right, and they would soon be a family. He smiled and said that she had no need to worry, because when she grew up, he would take care of her share. She smiled and said that he must promise to give her 10 silver coins. He smiled and promised her this. The maid looked at the young lady and said that it was time for her to go to bed. The young lady hummed something to the tray and said that she did not want to sleep. Marie looked closely at the young lady as she was muttering something very loudly in her sleep. Mary Wu smiled and told the young lady that it was time for her to eat her pudding. The lady said that the maid was lying and went to put her to bed. Marie smiled and said that it was time for the young lady to go to bed. Elton looked at the gentleman intently and said that it seemed he was already head over heels in love with the young lady. The Duke smiled and said that their baby was special. The Duke asked the butler what the young gentleman's condition was. The butler sighed heavily and said that the young master had had another attack, and that they had been keeping the illness under control all this time. He sighed heavily and said that this was something they couldn't handle. He said that everything would be fine with the master. The Duke sighed heavily and said that when he grew up, they would leave together. He knew that in God's world, where there is neither pain nor death, the boy's illness would also pass. He looked closely at the butler and asked if he had completed all the previously assigned tasks. The butler recently opened a bank account in the young lady's name and deposits her real salary into it every month. The Duke was pleased because he knew that when the young lady grew up, she would have so much money in her account that she would be able to buy cakes until she died. The butler said he could not tell him about it at once, as the moment was slipping away. But on the Duke's instructions, they had already opened a trust account in her name. He looked at the butler and asked angrily if Daihan Wu had managed to take care of this matter. He looked at the butler in surprise and asked if this amount was not equal to the city's annual budget. The butler hesitated, not knowing what to answer. A moment later, he smiled and said that the money he had given her was taken from the royal family, and he had ordered that some of the money be kept as pocket money so that it could be used at any time, and the rest was put into a trust account as a dowry. The Duke considered for a moment whether it was worth giving the child so much money. He screamed that he couldn't stand it and that his head was going to explode. He shouted that it was he who wanted to give her her first pocket money. The Duke sighed and said that, in any case, Daihan did not understand anything. Detsky smiled and said that the Duke simply loved her very much. A moment later, the Duke cried out and told the butler to double the amount and put it on the account. The butler froze in shock. He didn't know what to do. Some time later, the duchy began searching for a tutor for the young lady, but it took a long time. The butler came to teach her as an unofficial tutor. The young lady knew almost all of the material, and it was all repetition. She looked closely at the butler, as she knew he could tell her everything. She said she had one question. He smiled and said he could answer all her questions. She looked at him intently and asked how one could become a magician. From a very early age, she discovered that she had a special design. She knew that she had more magical and anti-magic power than an ordinary person. He said that becoming a magician is an extremely difficult task, and there are few of them at present. To become a magician, you first need to learn how to use magical power. He said that to become a magician, you first need to learn how to use magical power, and this can be expressed as opening a door. He sighed heavily and said it was a pity he couldn't explain it to her in more detail. He said that for to become a magician, the most important thing is that a person be born with magical powers. Elton said that if you have talent without magical power, even if you train, all the magical energy will be sucked out, and the person will quickly die. She knew that there was such a person in her family. The talent of a magician was revealed, but due to the lack of magical power, in the end, he did not shine. And this was the third prince of the kingdom of Allegro. She knew that in her past life, her father had locked her in a lab before killing her. She thought that this attempt was to suck out her magical power and pass on the principle. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. The butler thought for a moment and said that the young lady had absolutely no opportunity to develop her talent. She asked in surprise, could it be that she couldn't develop talent even though she was from a family of magicians? He smiled and said that the descendants of a family of magicians are more likely to develop talents than ordinary people. He said that if she was destined to become a mage, the other members of the duchy would notice. The young lady sighed heavily, as she knew that her K family was closely related to the mages. She looked at the butler intently and said that she would like to know more about the Duke's family. Thanks to the fact that she read a lot of books in her past life, she learned the whole history of the lineage of all the monarchs. She was well aware that she was reading literature that contained narratives from the perspective of the royal family. He said that he must first tell her about the ancient dragon. Long ago in the ancient world, there lived 8 ancient dragons. They built their nests on this land before civilization began to develop, and gradually they passed on knowledge to humanity. But one day, with the birth of a dragon, the history of this continent, where the monarchs united, began to be interrupted. At that time, Chouanneria Five was in love with the queen of the elven tribe, and thus, the world's first half-dragon was born between them. The young lady looked at the butler in surprise, as the bodies wanted to know more about it. He smiled and said that it was none other than Mr. Cherno. Elton W. smiled and said that he would tell the gentleman's story next. The young lady was amazed, as it was surprising to her to hear something like this, as she had only read about it in history books. He said that at that time, the most powerful race on Earth were demons, and demons and dragons were known to not get along with each other. She sighed heavily and said that they had been enemies for ages. Unfortunately, there was a time when demons also troubled people, but the dragons had no choice but to watch the situation unfold. Dragons are godlike beings, and for this reason, they could not carelessly interfere with the history of the world. The young lady, in turn, knew that her grandfather was not a dragon. The gentleman, in turn, really wanted to help people. In response, the ancient dragons made an offer to the master, because if he wanted to achieve his goal, he had to become a part of this land. But first, he had to make sure that the people would accept him. The young master promised to free the land from demons. For this reason, a peace agreement was concluded, from a promise not to invade other countries, between direct descendants. Thanks to the young master's initiative, the demons retreated to the abyssal land. Then all the people united to rule this land together. He looked at her in surprise and asked how she had figured it all out so quickly. She smiled and said that she had simply assumed that this was how it was. He smiled and said that he thought she was just a genius. The young lady said that she was too embarrassed when she was praised. He smiled and said that since she was very smart, she could become a great scientist in the future. He asked if no one had ever told her that she should become a scientist. He said that the gentleman would like her to go into business, but the most important thing is what she wanted. Safiel froze, wondering what she wanted to become. She never thought about what she wanted to become. She just dreamed of eating a lot of sweets. She wanted to have a beautiful toy. However, now that she thought about it, she thought that she could make all her dreams come true. She thought that maybe she could become someone cool in the future. Looking at the young lady, the maid said that it was time for her to go to bed. The Duke looked at the lady and said that he had seen a beautiful money box and thought of buying it. The young lady looked closely at the gift, as it looked indeed funny. She knew that he bought it in a very expensive store. The maid looked intently at the young lady and asked if she was still awake. She said she was interested in something. She asked how many silver coins she needed to save up to pay for her tuition. The maid asked in surprise if the lady really wanted to go to the academy. She said she heard that it was easy to get a job after graduating from the academy. She knew that in her past life, all her relatives bullied her because they were graduates of the academy. The maid smiled and said that the young lady was absolutely amazing because she was worried about finding a job. She smiled and said that she just needed to collect step by step. She was sure that the young lady would quickly save money. The young lady was happy because she realized that she would be able to go to the academy. She knew that her grandfather had given her a wonderful future this time. The fitness maid said that the piggy bank was uncomfortable to hold, and so she could put it next to her. Succubi looked closely at her gift. The maid looked at the young lady intently. She didn't tell her something important, because it was not the right time yet, but in fact, this piggy bank was worth much more than the tuition. The next day, the young lady was spending time with the Duke. He looked at her closely and said that if she pressed again, the building would collapse. She was sorting through the documents and putting her seal on them. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she had already completed everything. She said that she had done everything. Safiel asked if I would have to arrange everything for her like this every time. He smiled and said that time would pass and everything would disappear, but the records of them being together would remain forever. He smiled and asked if she wasn't having fun now. She smiled and said that's exactly it. She said with a smile that leaving the seal would give her pleasure. Elton looked at the gentleman intently, for he knew that he was simply a liar, for on those documents which had her seal, the profits would be transferred to her upon her growing up. He knew that the amusement park project would bring in very good income in the future. He understood perfectly well that it was simply impossible that the gentleman did not know about this fact. He thought that everything was done so that the young lady would become rich. The butler was glad, because he understood what his master had planned. A moment later, the young lady noticed a newspaper on the table. A moment later, she read the newspaper and noticed that there was an article about her family. The Count looked at the king in surprise and asked excitedly if he was really going to send him into exile. He shouted that he understood everything, that his property had been confiscated because of this incident. But still, he thought that exile was very harsh. The king shouted with fury that he did not want to see him. The Count was shocked and shouted to his brother, but it was all in vain. A moment later, the Count said he had something to tell the king, and the king said angrily that he had been a fool to give him the chance. The young man asked his brother to listen to him. The Count shouted that the Duke's men were involved in everything. He shouted that he was going to take care of the dragons himself. The king struck his brother with rage. He did not understand why he was speaking such loud words. The Count shouted at his brother that he could not do this to him. He shouted that he had very important information. A moment later, he spoke of the young lady, the Count screaming that the monster they had imprisoned was determined to destroy their family. The king sighed heavily and said angrily that whatever the prophecy, he should have killed the girl even earlier. The Count looked at his brother with joy and asked if he really believed his words now. He shouted that the girl had interfered and ruined all his work. The king looked at him closely and with a smirk said that he trusted him from the beginning. However, since the situation was not very good now, he should keep quiet. He said that he would definitely avenge his brother. The Count looked at his brother with a smile and asked if it was true. The king smiled and said that it was all true. He said that the Count needed to hide in the tower now, and he would sort everything out. The king sighed heavily, for he knew that his brother was still obedient. He sighed heavily and said that it seemed that the girl would be difficult to kill. He learned that the girl was very similar to her. Her mother was rebellious and assertive. She only said truthful things. He knew that the woman's daughter was now under the care of the dragons, and he didn't understand how she dared to stick her neck out. He said angrily that he would definitely kill her at any cost. He looked at his subordinate intently and told him to do his best to hide the fact that this incident was related to dragons. He was furious and did not understand why the young girl had snuck up on the dragons. She knew that after the divorce, her husband would not be able to completely abandon her. The Duke looked at her in surprise and asked if she really didn't want to be a worker in the company. She smiled and said that it was not so, and she would accept his proposal. He asked if she was satisfied with the salary. She sighed heavily as she realized that he was very smart. She sighed heavily and said that it was a little small, but since it was his request, she would be happy to help him. She smiled and said that the most important thing for her was to trust her grandfather, since they were family. The Duke froze in surprise, but a moment later he laughed. She looked at her intently and asked if he was laughing at her. He smiled and said that she was right, and they would soon be a family. He smiled and said that she had no need to worry, because when she grew up, he would take care of her share. She smiled and said that he must promise to give her 10 silver coins. He smiled and promised her this. The maid looked at the young lady and said that it was time for her to go to bed. The young lady hummed something to the tray and said that she did not want to sleep. Marie looked closely at the young lady as she was muttering something very loudly in her sleep. Mary Wu smiled and told the young lady that it was time for her to eat her pudding. The lady said that the maid was lying and went to put her to bed. Marie smiled and said that it was time for the young lady to go to bed. Elton looked at the gentleman intently and said that it seemed he was already head over heels in love with the young lady. The Duke smiled and said that their baby was special. The Duke asked the butler what the young gentleman's condition was. The butler sighed heavily and said that the young master had had another attack, and that they had been keeping the illness under control all this time. He sighed heavily and said that this was something they couldn't handle. He said that everything would be fine with the master. The Duke sighed heavily and said that when he grew up, they would leave together. He knew that in God's world, where there is neither pain nor death, the boy's illness would also pass. He looked closely at the butler and asked if he had completed all the previously assigned tasks. The butler recently opened a bank account in the young lady's name and deposits her real salary into it every month. The Duke was pleased because he knew that when the young lady grew up, she would have so much money in her account that she would be able to buy cakes until she died. The butler said he could not tell him about it at once, as the moment was slipping away. But on the Duke's instructions, they had already opened a trust account in her name. He looked at the butler and asked angrily if Daihan Wu had managed to take care of this matter. He looked at the butler in surprise and asked if this amount was not equal to the city's annual budget. The butler hesitated, not knowing what to answer. A moment later, he smiled and said that the money he had given her was taken from the royal family, and he had ordered that some of the money be kept as pocket money so that it could be used at any time, and the rest was put into a trust account as a dowry. The Duke considered for a moment whether it was worth giving the child so much money. He screamed that he couldn't stand it and that his head was going to explode. He shouted that it was he who wanted to give her her first pocket money. The Duke sighed and said that in any case, Daihan did not understand anything. Detsky smiled and said that the Duke simply loved her very much. A moment later, the Duke cried out and told the butler to double the amount and put it on the account. The butler froze in shock. He didn't know what to do. Some time later, the duchy began searching for a tutor for the young lady, but it took a long time. The butler came to teach her as an unofficial tutor. The young lady knew almost all of the material, and it was all repetition. She looked closely at the butler, as she knew he could tell her everything. She said she had one question. He smiled and said he could answer all her questions. She looked at him intently and asked how one could become a magician. From a very early age, she discovered that she had a special design. She knew that she had more magical and anti-magic power than an ordinary person. He said that becoming a magician is an extremely difficult task, and there are few of them at present. To become a magician, you first need to learn how to use magical power. He said that to become a magician, you first need to learn how to use magical power, and this can be expressed as opening a door. He sighed heavily and said it was a pity he couldn't explain it to her in more detail. He said that for to become a magician, the most important thing is that a person be born with magical powers. Elton said that if you have talent without magical power, even if you train, all the magical energy will be sucked out, and the person will quickly die. She knew that there was such a person in her family. The talent of a magician was revealed, but due to the lack of magical power, in the end, he did not shine. And this was the third prince of the kingdom of Allegro. She knew that in her past life, her father had locked her in a lab before killing her. She thought that this attempt was to suck out her magical power and pass on the principle. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. The butler thought for a moment and said that the young lady had absolutely no opportunity to develop her talent. She asked in surprise, could it be that she couldn't develop talent even though she was from a family of magicians? He smiled and said that the descendants of a family of magicians are more likely to develop talents than ordinary people. He said that if she was destined to become a mage, the other members of the duchy would notice. The young lady sighed heavily, as she knew that her K family was closely related to the mages. She looked at the butler intently and said that she would like to know more about the Duke's family. Thanks to the fact that she read a lot of books in her past life, she learned the whole history of the lineage of all the monarchs. She was well aware that she was reading literature that contained narratives from the perspective of the royal family. He said that he must first tell her about the ancient dragon. Long ago in the ancient world, there lived 8 ancient dragons. They built their nests on this land before civilization began to develop, and gradually they passed on knowledge to humanity. But one day, with the birth of a dragon, the history of this continent, where the monarchs united, began to be interrupted. At that time, Chouanneria Five was in love with the queen of the elven tribe, and thus, the world's first half-dragon was born between them. The young lady looked at the butler in surprise, as the bodies wanted to know more about it. He smiled and said that it was none other than Mr. Cherno. Elton W. smiled and said that he would tell the gentleman's story next. The young lady was amazed, as it was surprising to her to hear something like this, as she had only read about it in history books. He said that at that time, the most powerful race on Earth were demons, and demons and dragons were known to not get along with each other. She sighed heavily and said that they had been enemies for ages. Unfortunately, there was a time when demons also troubled people, but the dragons had no choice but to watch the situation unfold. Dragons are godlike beings, and for this reason, they could not carelessly interfere with the history of the world. The young lady, in turn, knew that her grandfather was not a dragon. The gentleman, in turn, really wanted to help people. In response, the ancient dragons made an offer to the master, because if he wanted to achieve his goal, he had to become a part of this land. But first, he had to make sure that the people would accept him. The young master promised to free the land from demons. For this reason, a peace agreement was concluded, from a promise not to invade other countries, between direct descendants. Thanks to the young master's initiative, the demons retreated to the abyssal land. Then all the people united to rule this land together. He looked at her in surprise and asked how she had figured it all out so quickly. She smiled and said that she had simply assumed that this was how it was. He smiled and said that he thought she was just a genius. The young lady said that she was too embarrassed when she was praised. He smiled and said that since she was very smart, she could become a great scientist in the future. He asked if no one had ever told her that she should become a scientist. He said that the gentleman would like her to go into business, but the most important thing is what she wanted. Seyfiel froze, wondering what she wanted to become. She never thought about what she wanted to become. She just dreamed of eating a lot of sweets. She wanted to have a beautiful toy. However, now that she thought about it, she thought that she could make all her dreams come true. She thought that maybe she could become someone cool in the future. Looking at the young lady, the maid said that it was time for her to go to bed. The Duke looked at the lady and said that he had seen a beautiful money box and thought of buying it. The young lady looked closely at the gift, as it looked indeed funny. She knew that he bought it in a very expensive store. The maid looked intently at the young lady and asked if she was still awake. She said she was interested in something. She asked how many silver coins she needed to save up to pay for her tuition. The maid asked in surprise if the lady really wanted to go to the academy. She said she heard that it was easy to get a job after graduating from the academy. She knew that in her past life, all her relatives bullied her because they were graduates of the academy. The maid smiled and said that the young lady was absolutely amazing because she was worried about finding a job. She smiled and said that she just needed to collect step by step. She was sure that the young lady would quickly save money. The young lady was happy because she realized that she would be able to go to the academy. She knew that her grandfather had given her a wonderful future this time. The fitness maid said that the piggy bank was uncomfortable to hold, and so she could put it next to her. Sophia looked closely at her gift. The maid looked at the young lady intently. She didn't tell her something important, because it was not the right time yet, but in fact, this piggy bank was worth much more than the tuition. The next day, the young lady was spending time with the Duke. He looked at her closely and said that if she pressed again, the building would collapse. She was sorting through the documents and putting her seal on them. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she had already completed everything. She said that she had done everything. Seafield asked if I would have to arrange everything for her like this every time. He smiled and said that time would pass and everything would disappear, but the records of them being together would remain forever. He smiled and asked if she wasn't having fun now. She smiled and said that's exactly it. She said with a smile that leaving the seal would give her pleasure. Elton looked at the gentleman intently, for he knew that he was simply a liar, for on those documents which had her seal, the profits would be transferred to her upon her growing up. He knew that the amusement park project would bring in very good income in the future. He understood perfectly well that it was simply impossible that the gentleman did not know about this fact. He thought that everything was done so that the young lady would become rich. The butler was glad, because he understood what his master had planned. A moment later, the young lady noticed a newspaper on the table. A moment later, she read the newspaper and noticed that there was an article about her family. The count looked at the king in surprise and asked excitedly if he was really going to send him into exile. He shouted that he understood everything, that his property had been confiscated because of this incident. But still, he thought that exile was very harsh. The king shouted with fury that he did not want to see him. The count was shocked and shouted to his brother, but it was all in vain. A moment later, the count said he had something to tell the king, and the king said angrily that he had been a fool to give him the chance. The young man asked his brother to listen to him. The count shouted that the duke's men were involved in everything. He shouted that he was going to take care of the dragons himself. The king struck his brother with rage. He did not understand why he was speaking such loud words. The count shouted at his brother that he could not do this to him. He shouted that he had very important information. A moment later, he spoke of the young lady, the count screaming that the monster they had imprisoned was determined to destroy their family. The king sighed heavily and said angrily that whatever the prophecy, he should have killed the girl even earlier. The count looked at his brother with joy and asked if he really believed his words now. He shouted that the girl had interfered and ruined all his work. The king looked at him closely and with a smirk said that he trusted him from the beginning. However, since the situation was not very good now, he should keep quiet. He said that he would definitely avenge his brother. The count looked at his brother with a smile and asked if it was true. The king smiled and said that it was all true. He said that the count needed to hide in the tower now, and he would sort everything out. The king sighed heavily, for he knew that his brother was still obedient. He sighed heavily and said that it seemed that the girl would be difficult to kill. He learned that the girl was very similar to her. Her mother was rebellious and assertive. She only said truthful things. He knew that the woman's daughter was now under the care of the dragons, and he didn't understand how she dared to stick her neck out. He said angrily that he would definitely kill her at any cost. He looked at his subordinate intently and told him to do his best to hide the fact that this incident was related to dragons. He was furious and did not understand why the young girl had snuck up on the dragons. She said with a smile that leaving the seal would give her pleasure. Elton looked at the gentleman intently, for he knew that he was simply a liar, for on those documents which had her seal, the profits would be transferred to her upon her growing up. He knew that the amusement park project would bring in very good income in the future. He understood perfectly well that it was simply impossible that the gentleman did not know about this fact. He thought that everything was done so that the young lady would become rich. The butler was glad, because he understood what his master had planned. A moment later, the young lady noticed a newspaper on the table. A moment later, she read the newspaper and noticed that there was an article about her family. The count looked at the king in surprise and asked excitedly if he was really going to send him into exile. He shouted that he understood everything, that his property had been confiscated because of this incident, but still he thought that exile was very harsh. The king shouted with fury that he did not want to see him. The count was shocked and shouted to his brother, but it was all in vain. A moment later, the count said he had something to tell the king, and the king said angrily that he had been a fool to give him the chance. The young man asked his brother to listen to him. The count shouted that the duke's men were involved in everything. He shouted that he was going to take care of the dragons himself. The king struck his brother with rage. He did not understand why he was speaking such loud words. The count shouted at his brother that he could not do this to him. He shouted that he had very important information. A moment later, he spoke of the young lady. The count screaming that the monster they had imprisoned was determined to destroy their family. The king sighed heavily and said angrily that whatever the prophecy, he should have killed the girl even earlier. The count looked at his brother with joy and asked if he really believed his words now. He shouted that the girl had interfered and ruined all his work. The king looked at him closely and with a smirk said that he trusted him from the beginning. However, since the situation was not very good now, he should keep quiet. He said that he would definitely avenge his brother. The count looked at his brother with a smile and asked if it was true. The king smiled and said that it was all true. He said that the count needed to hide in the tower now, and he would sort everything out. The king sighed heavily, for he knew that his brother was still obedient. He sighed heavily and said that it seemed that the girl would be difficult to kill. He learned that the girl was very similar to her. Her mother was rebellious and assertive. She only said truthful things. He knew that the woman's daughter was now under the care of the dragons, and he didn't understand how she dared to stick her neck out. He said angrily that he would definitely kill her at any cost. He looked at his subordinate intently and told him to do his best to hide the fact that this incident was related to dragons. He was furious and did not understand why the young girl had snuck up on the dragons. The next day, the young lady was spending time with the duke. He looked at her closely and said that if she pressed again, the building would collapse. She was sorting through the documents and putting her seal on them. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she had already completed everything. She said that she had done everything. Seafiel asked if I would have to arrange everything for her like this every time. He smiled and said that time would pass and everything would disappear, but the records of them being together would remain forever. He smiled and asked if she wasn't having fun now. She smiled and said that's exactly it. She said with a smile that leaving the seal would give her pleasure. Elton looked at the gentleman intently, for he knew that he was simply a liar, for on those documents which had her seal, the profits would be transferred to her upon her growing up. He knew that the amusement park project would bring in very good income in the future. He understood perfectly well that it was simply impossible that the gentleman did not know about this fact. He thought that everything was done so that the young lady would become rich. The butler was glad, because he understood what his master had planned. A moment later, the young lady noticed a newspaper on the table. A moment later, she read the newspaper and noticed that there was an article about her family. The count looked at the king in surprise and asked excitedly if he was really going to send him into exile. He shouted that he understood everything, that his property had been confiscated because of this incident, but still he thought that exile was very harsh. The king shouted with fury that he did not want to see him. The count was shocked and shouted to his brother, but it was all in vain. A moment later, the count said he had something to tell the king, and the king said angrily that he had been a fool to give him the chance. The young man asked his brother to listen to him. The count shouted that the duke's men were involved in everything. He shouted that he was going to take care of the dragons himself. The king struck his brother with rage. He did not understand why he was speaking such loud words. The count shouted at his brother that he could not do this to him. He shouted that he had very important information. A moment later, he spoke of the young lady. The count screaming that the monster they had imprisoned was determined to destroy their family. The king sighed heavily and said angrily that whatever the prophecy, he should have killed the girl even earlier. The count looked at his brother with joy and asked if he really believed his words now. He shouted that the girl had interfered and ruined all his work. The king looked at him closely and with a smirk said that he trusted him from the beginning. However, since the situation was not very good now, he should keep quiet. He said that he would definitely avenge his brother. The count looked at his brother with a smile and asked if it was true. The king smiled and said that it was all true. He said that the count needed to hide in the tower now, and he would sort everything out. The king sighed heavily, for he knew that his brother was still obedient. He sighed heavily and said that it seemed that the girl would be difficult to kill. He learned that the girl was very similar to her. Her mother was rebellious and assertive. She only said truthful things. He knew that the woman's daughter was now under the care of the dragons, and he didn't understand how she dared to stick her neck out. He said angrily that he would definitely kill her at any cost. He looked at his subordinate intently and told him to do his best to hide the fact that this incident was related to dragons. He was furious and did not understand why the young girl had snuck up on the dragons. She said with a smile that leaving the seal would give her pleasure. Elton looked at the gentleman intently, for he knew that he was simply a liar, for on those documents which had her seal, the profits would be transferred to her upon her growing up. He knew that the amusement park project would bring in very good income in the future. He understood perfectly well that it was simply impossible that the gentleman did not know about this fact. He thought that everything was done so that the young lady would become rich. The butler was glad, because he understood what his master had planned. A moment later, the young lady noticed a newspaper on the table. A moment later, she read the newspaper and noticed that there was an article about her family. The count looked at the king in surprise and asked excitedly if he was really going to send him into exile. He shouted that he understood everything, that his property had been confiscated because of this incident. But still, he thought that exile was very harsh. The king shouted with fury that he did not want to see him. The count was shocked and shouted to his brother, but it was all in vain. A moment later, the count said he had something to tell the king, and the king said angrily that he had been a fool to give him the chance. The young man asked his brother to listen to him. The count shouted that the duke's men were involved in everything. He shouted that he was going to take care of the dragons himself. The king struck his brother with rage. He did not understand why he was speaking such loud words. The count shouted at his brother that he could not do this to him. He shouted that he had very important information. A moment later, he spoke of the young lady, the count screaming that the monster they had imprisoned was determined to destroy their family. The king sighed heavily and said angrily that whatever the prophecy, he should have killed the girl even earlier. The count looked at his brother with joy and asked if he really believed his words now. He shouted that the girl had interfered and ruined all his work. The king looked at him closely and with a smirk said that he trusted him from the beginning. However, since the situation was not very good now, he should keep quiet. He said that he would definitely avenge his brother. The count looked at his brother with a smile and asked if it was true. The king smiled and said that it was all true. He said that the count needed to hide in the tower now, and he would sort everything out. The king sighed heavily, for he knew that his brother was still obedient. He sighed heavily and said that it seemed that the girl would be difficult to kill. He learned that the girl was very similar to her. Her mother was rebellious and assertive. She only said truthful things. He knew that the woman's daughter was now under the care of the dragons, and he didn't understand how she dared to stick her neck out. He said angrily that he would definitely kill her at any cost. He looked at his subordinate intently and told him to do his best to hide the fact that this incident was related to dragons. He was furious and did not understand why the young girl had snuck up on the dragons. The butler was glad, because he understood what his master had planned. A moment later, the young lady noticed a newspaper on the table. A moment later, she read the newspaper and noticed that there was an article about her family. The count looked at the king in surprise and asked excitedly if he was really going to send him into exile. He shouted that he understood everything, that his property had been confiscated because of this incident. But still, he thought that exile was very harsh. The king shouted with fury that he did not want to see him. The count was shocked and shouted to his brother, but it was all in vain. A moment later, the count said he had something to tell the king, and the king said angrily that he had been a fool to give him the chance. The young man asked his brother to listen to him. The count shouted that the duke's men were involved in everything. He shouted that he was going to take care of the dragons himself. The king struck his brother with rage. He did not understand why he was speaking such loud words. The count shouted at his brother that he could not do this to him. He shouted that he had very important information. A moment later, he spoke of the young lady, the count screaming that the monster they had imprisoned was determined to destroy their family. The king sighed heavily and said angrily that whatever the prophecy, he should have killed the girl even earlier. The count looked at his brother with joy and asked if he really believed his words now. He shouted that the girl had interfered and ruined all his work. The king looked at him closely and, with a smirk, said that he trusted him from the beginning. However, since the situation was not very good now, he should keep quiet. He said that he would definitely avenge his brother. The count looked at his brother with a smile and asked if it was true. The king smiled and said that it was all true. He said that the count needed to hide in the tower now, and he would sort everything out. The king sighed heavily, for he knew that his brother was still obedient. He sighed heavily and said that it seemed that the girl would be difficult to kill. He learned that the girl was very similar to her. Her mother was rebellious and assertive. She only said truthful things. He knew that the woman's daughter was now under the care of the dragons, and he didn't understand how she dared to stick her neck out. He said angrily that he would definitely kill her at any cost. He looked at his subordinate intently and told him to do his best to hide the fact that this incident was related to dragons. He was furious and did not understand why the young girl had snuck up on the dragons.